All right, call the meeting to order. Public meeting statement. Pursuant with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting have been published on the Burlington County Times and the Courier Post on the 18th day of January 2026 and the Pine Barrens Tribune on the 16th day of January 2026. Additionally posted on the official bulletin board of the Township of Pemberton on the 12th day of January 2026. Those wishing to be notified of changes to the scheduled meetings were notified via email or regular mail. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Roll call, please.
Here. Here. Here.
Here. All right. Closed session resolution 184-2026, authorizing council go into closed session. Oh, I'm jumping the gun. The mayor has a few presentations. Mayor, if you please, we have the microphone for you up there.
Is that better? All right. Jayla, please join us. So it's not every day you meet an individual like Jayla Presley. So this young lady got her associate's degree before she got her high school diploma. So let me read this. Certificate of Excellence awarded to Jayla Presley. Pemberton Township proudly congratulates Jayla on an incredible achievement, earning her associate's degree from Rowan College at Burlington County before even graduating from high school. This remarkable accomplishment reflects Jayla's hard work, determination, and commitment to academic excellence. Balancing college coursework while completing high school is no small feat, and her success serves as an inspiration to students throughout our community. We are proud to celebrate this milestone and look forward to all the great things Jayla will accomplish in the future. Congratulations on this outstanding achievement, Jayla, and best wishes as you continue your educational journey. Signed by myself and Councilman Harper. Congratulations. Stay up here. We have one more. You want to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you all for being here today. And, yeah, thank you. I don't really know what to say other than, it was challenging, but, I just dedicated good family support, and it's good to show others that you can accomplish anything that you put your mind to. Thank you.
Mark, come on up. So Mark Williams is my next door neighbor, and he's very loud and obnoxious. He's always tinkering with something in the backyard, small engines, lawnmowers, everything. He'll take a lawnmower out of somebody's garbage, fix it, and right away with it. He's just amazing with what he does with this stuff, and that's the reason why he's getting this tonight. Not because he's my neighbor. Well, maybe he should, but no. Anyway, Certificate of Excellence Award to Mark Williams. Pemberton Township proudly congratulates Mark on earning this incredible opportunity after winning the New Jersey State Skills USA competition in power equipment technology. This outstanding achievement is a testament to Mark's hard work, dedication, and exceptional talent. We are honored to see one of our own representing Pemberton Township and Pemberton Township High School on the national stage. Congratulations, Mark. The entire Pemberton Township community is cheering you on and wishing you the very best as you compete at the national level. This is the first time that we ever won this, right? First time. It's the first time at Pemberton Township High School. Congratulations. Look at his hands. They're dirty from working on engines.
Yeah, I had to work on my truck today.
So there you go. Congratulations. Proud mama back there? And we have a few other students we want to recognize. They couldn't be here tonight, so I'll read their names, and Dr. Holly will accept on their behalf. Ian Mascara, Mason Vickers, and Tristan Carpenter. Pemberton Township proudly congratulates these three individuals on earning. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Ashley. And Ashley Mullings. Pemberton Township congratulates these individuals on earning this incredible opportunity after coming in second place in the New Jersey State Skills USA competition. This outstanding achievement is a testament of hard work, dedication, and exceptional talent, and they were in it for television production. We are honored to see one of our own, or four of our own, representing Pemberton Township and Pemberton Township High School on the national stage. Congratulations. The entire Pemberton Township community is cheering you on and wishing you the very best as you compete at the national level.
Good evening, everyone. I just like to say, oftentimes in our community, we have a gym in our high school. We're working very hard to push our students to challenge themselves and to reach beyond what they can even imagine. The students you have here tonight have done just that. Oftentimes we have families, we have some schools that we're in competition with. I'm just honest, so I'm just going to put it out there, right? Some people looking to go into BCIT for technical programs, but we have Mark right here, who's #1 in the state, and he's coming right from Pemberton Township High School. We have 4 students in our TV production program that place second in the state. They're coming from Pemberton Township High School. They didn't have to go anywhere else for those opportunities. We have those opportunities available to everyone in the community. We thank you for your partnership. We're going to continue to strive to do great things while we're at PTHS. And we just thank you for your support. And I'll present these at our board meeting tomorrow night for our TV production students. So thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Holly. And we have one more. Michaela? Justine?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Tonight, I have the privilege of recognizing an exceptional young woman, Michaela Freeman, as the inaugural recipient of the Roots and Wings Scholarship. While the scholarship check is being finalized, I wanted to present Michaela with this certificate tonight in recognition of this incredible accomplishment. After leading a Girl Scout troop for the past 13 years, I really wanted to create a scholarship that recognized an accomplishment that isn't always celebrated. Young people who generally take pride in giving back to their community and who continue to live by the values that Girl Scouts teaches: courage, confidence, character, service, and leadership. There are many scholarships that recognize academic achievements and grade point average, and those are certainly important. But I believe that a person's character is just as worthy, if not more, of recognition. I wanted to honor a young woman from our community whose kindness, integrity, service, and leadership truly set her apart. In today's world, it is becoming less common for teenagers to remain in Girl Scouts through high school. That is why I am especially proud to say that all 11 members of my troop are graduating seniors this year. That speaks volumes about their dedication, the support of their families, and lifelong impact of the Girl Scout program. The Roots and Wings Scholarship is especially meaningful because it wasn't funded by one person. It was built by the community that has supported these girls every step of the way. The scholarship began with a personal donation from me, but it quickly became something much bigger. It became a community effort. I am so grateful to everyone who believed in this idea and chose to invest in these young women. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Chief of Police, John Glass, Mayor Matt Bianchini, Pemberton Township Engineer Jennifer Harris. She's also a former Girl Scout. The Browns Mills Improvement Association, Ricardo's Pizzeria, K&B Bagels, Sharonda Gray, who is a teacher at the Early Childhood Center, and she owns Shasha's Catering, and some community members, Tracy Lee Taylor, Thomas Besselman, and Barbara Roberts. Your generosity is more than a donation. It is an investment in the future of a remarkable young woman and a reflection of what makes our community so special. This scholarship is proof that when a community invests in its youth, these young people grow into adults who invest right back in their community. Thank you for believing in these girls, for believing in this scholarship, and for helping us give them strong roots to keep them grounded and strong wings to help them soar. Thank you.
The Roots and Wings Scholarship presented to Michaela Freeman in recognition of your leadership, service, compassion, and commitment to making a difference in our community. Your roots are the values you've planted. Your wings are the dreams you're brave. Your wings are the dreams you're brave enough to chase. And the scholarship award is $1,900. Congratulations, well deserved.
I would like to thank you all for helping support my future. And I would like to tell you a little bit about me. I'm going to RCBC, and I'm going for my major in biology, but I'm hoping to do the 3-in-1 in biology, and that's going to save me a little bit of money, but this is going to help me buy my books and everything I need for college. Thank you.
Great job. I had the opportunity to review the packages that were submitted. We have some amazing kids in this township, I tell you what. But thank you for your time. I'll hand you back off to council. I'll put it in right this time.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, now back to the closed session. I believe we have some issues that need to be discussed in closed session. So I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All right, we'll be back as quickly as possible. Please be patient. How you doing?
Oh wow! He knew it, and he had all that knowledge about. And there was, and he came in and was there. Seemed to be doing well. Doing a lot of traffic. So it's all and then Gary Anderson had been involved in mainly because he didn't face the physical. See the applicant and made trouble I can't tell you, I spent some time so I don't know if anybody told that. That's what he could do. Yeah, I mean, he really had it's very technical. And we spent a lot of time on it. Cranberry? Yeah. A lot of money? Yeah. A lot of training? Yeah. So we had that. I had an idea of help. Yeah. And I'm like, we're not going to help me. So like, I'm not my kid comes up. Yeah. It's a shame. Well, really good opportunity. Long term. With me, but on the original That is my I he came into work and he was said he's come over within a few days, I got it. I was out there, like I said, twice. And they were doing it on instead of actual persons. So all that. Yeah, but I yeah, that's there's my piece over there. Gary is working there, Grace Grass. Oil is working. And the drink I just saw them, like I said, twice. And I said, what are we talking about? Yeah, that's when we started. And that's why I keep it well, stick off after the grade. People still come to this day. I said, that's what's our Joe's stage still. I think my you know, there were 6 kids in my family, and I was rather be by myself. I needed love, just feel love, you that kind of what I was like, you know, and I never let them never white, brown. I just wasn't I'm trying to get my garbage and I've had
Well, I can't. First of all, I can't.
I'm not going to listen.
I got stuff on her tonight. I know I got.
I just, and Jamie,
Credit card? Oh man, I put those things on. Yeah, I did mine. I put them on mine. Well, I'm done doing that.
I hear it. I look at I did it, depending on what I did. Those because they were I'm trying to think of the name. Just put on. I'm gonna stop. They used to have like remedial and getting so this is what it looks like. See, that stands. Yeah. Very fine, reinforced. He's on medication because he has it's a micro mesh because I was part of it and he's still on therapy. And it gets better with time, but he's still.
It might be it. It's a wire mesh. It didn't have steel. Yep. And you screw it into the brush and down across the front. Section. And I passed this on to him.
It's a situation. I
And
know he
it's
makes the right decision, and that's what naturally melts down.
I'm waiting for the
But I mean, I just
I guess
didn't want to. And like, then I would drive right down here. Just like it's
yeah, mine
because it's hard on the side, and so I get I just think he has to do something. He works on computers, right? I didn't do that. But Megan, he was born May 18th. But I said, good reason. Yes, I lost his mom.
they have different that's why stainless steel mesh.
So, it's
When you get the back, see that back grip back there? That gets pushed up against the brush and you screw
so it's like it's dramatic. It's like you're gonna have
I had I went I tried screwed in, that screws. I said, all right. So I set up my system using the workers. I set up 3 holes in the back. Then you have to take that back.
well, he's a culinary and
Screw it in. And
my back is really bad. Yeah, going up and down.
but they also send it.
It's something I give him a bunch of so he wants to start real instead of putting it out there. I don't want to rush.
And the biggest issue all
He had said to me about doing it, and I said something that was on here. I said, but they
more or less that's why they were showing And I had to get up and pick her up. Yep. And then he spots on the fill up. Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, so that's why I know. Well, yeah, I mean, basically, I'm still that, you know, that online that advertises the same product. Does get out, but yep. It has like a safety. You want to come up with better. Yeah. I'm never that, but I'm that company. That's same product. I mean, you get they give you the screw, but install it. You'll need a actual that press of light and a lot of press. And it doesn't have what's that? Okay. And with mesh, you can use I'm trying to get it. I don't think that's but I said, I'm not doing that. I don't know. This you don't want to get them on. I mean, the fact that you went to sleep, so it's amazing. Actually, I mean, I think my that's all that is. Yeah, but you're really announced the future. That's how I you know, rotozip saw attachment. They're cutting metal. Did a great job. But yeah, it's yeah, I'm gonna have to
We're the power of the like like that. They dug all this fucking dug all that fucking now never live down well, it's funny back and he just went back. That's yeah. So my buddy looks at me and goes, oh my God, Charlie, I said, stop it. Yeah. Okay. That's on Amazon. They had that same damn thing. Same thing. You got 48 feet here. Enrolled. Okay, goes down. Not enough power halfway. I just power washed my house to me. What a job. My arms were getting tired. And of course you got first I got her the front part of my house in my garage. So he says I don't have black spot all over ring camera with a black spot. He just did one thing. So more I said, I'm not getting inside the house. When I did one I had and where's our and I went with yeah, let's I suggest because like I said, this is all the same that's right. I found that really? Yeah, there was something else about it. And like, these are yeah, they're sort of just one from see what they're selling. If they're now all standard back then, and the guy and then, but if you just get it to make sure you're looking at what's on Amazon. Yeah, I'm going to make sure because I'm not prepared. Yeah, anyway, I can. And I just sold it. And then I was going to say the first stuff has yeah. Then they still had 7. It didn't work very well. And I did like 7, 8 grade there. So I tried. This is not my thing. I got a size that question. And I went through right. And then it starts
I was told. And then when I finished up that box, I got the next box, and I did the same thing. I did all the drilling, then I did all the shit stuff. It was a project. He started. I was that's right. I feel like I was confused. So, because my father came out, getting upstairs, everything, and I just said, no. He doesn't want with that. Yeah. I said, no. So, when I got and I had down into my house. So get things in every once in a while to what's going on. But something is just when he went right through the door. But like that was my experience with this. And he loved it. And the other thing I did was he comes with a knife equivalent size. He's got a background. And he has these screws. What I went in and Joe and I and his wife screws that made anyone interested in them. Same screws. And they this is my deck on my house, girls. There's the back section. There's the front section. Give it the length chart. Yeah. There you go. Wow. They girls section. Right. And they're hollowing out the window. So I got to come and give that small. Because all they're hanging on to set up on the deck. I did not want to. I said, they made to stop. They made a whole scene and his wife. It's like, Sarah gave the other scene with her. This is 30-something years old. I got my money out. But every year I have to pay me. Yep. I said, I'm not doing it. I said, for not much more. Yeah. And I told you back to the kids are going to last. I still understand the kids when I work in I'm going to have to and I go on about all right. I had my house was over 3 years old, but it was weird because I never got nobody came down. And I always thought, even when I went through that, I was down there. Hoping he comes when I left. But even when I was in that house, I always thought, I see this. I can't do this not a lot. So, because the teacher would come in and come to me and talk, and they would say, I'm 6 or 6. Yeah, don't take the down. I already got it. Yeah. So, James was right. And so I got it. Right. Plant myself inside instead of the outside. And I can put different railings in there. So I got really to make it I'm one through my deck to it, but I was in the next to it because they used to have the header going across by the time. But I'm also I got I went through that and when they went from they were that's I keep on the biggest issue I see what wrong that we said it comes back in about 90 minutes. But I still got to deal with them and like they said the house rents and where that and when they have the wrong now it comes down so you know I have somebody great here right and I would know yeah
So, I do miss that. I don't miss they also do. Oh, you will come back. I said, I don't think once you get started, you really, I'm going to stay out of I said, even I rather than that, like, I was on my house, I don't sit down, two acrobats, two hoops, like, different times. I want to killing people. I had to do my room, but my mother was I had to do my mom's room, garage, and shit. Plus my guts. And I had to do my by that time, I would tell you that I had I had shit was in the phone. I had now get ready for school. So or it was happening 4-7. And so we did that time. And so I was under the development and I'm going to circle of friends. So I said, we'll be fine. I said, a lot of times I wanted to have one together. And I said, oh, my first I said, there was cell phones now. Well, sometimes he doesn't. Or does he get text? The kids, my grandchildren, that's cute. Yeah, mine's too, but I don't smite.
He's put in put it all on, fixed it up 2 days, and took away the old scratch. It's
oh my goodness.
You all get this.
So,
No.
I
want it? Sure. Let me ask you a quick. Oh, do you all get this?
and
Where you been? I have to get out. I know. You want something like? No.
I did ask him like and I think maybe just because
I was just at my mother-in-law. I told my wife, I said,
and I said, go somewhere for a day. So I'm gonna find something.
oh,
But I don't want her to know because if I just knows I'm doing like if I stop, it's good enough. I don't know. No,
no, yeah, I like your.
I'm very. Good. Good. I want it. I don't do it until the last. That's why I do most of the time. I don't know what you can do. Just put your mouth in. Oh, I won't tell. I won't tell. Everybody. Oh, good for Thank you. Okay, so that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
I used I like what I set up. It was just right. It started out with this side and I used it as a badge. I would down. I sold my brain. Yeah. Well, I would have done it. Yeah, the thing is, no longer a one person thing. Yeah.
I got a lot of trying to sell it. I can see in the slide like little John.
Oh yeah.
Everybody goes to 30. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. This is oh yeah. Sure. I'm a guy. You know, he's put it in here, but he's standing on something obviously.
He's got clap around.
Yeah, he must have.
I have two batters on one.
Yep, yep. And I've done that here.
Is that what they are? So
Well then,
we got that.
So no big deal. But that came the one was a one sleep back. It was
That was like matching that area, but I don't care because I
so many places.
And if the people flying over have a problem with it, you know.
But that's what you're. That's what
Yeah.
they get serious.
Maybe but I didn't want to. My daughter like to spend the time. I don't know that
Okay.
Look like $900,000. You're okay up here. I mean, it's like women talk about him and I are going to build shit. We build shit.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to find out. It's just and I said, you know, for like and I said, you know, I really I was always very close to my mother, and I was the only girl up, so I was close to my mother. You know, I used to go to the favorite, and but I just was afraid I just didn't want to disappoint. It's like I didn't expect that. The rest of them gave we almost could have, but everything was done that my mother was going to be upset. And things going to be yeah. That was yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. I know. My mother would keep from that's her but she would get upset about it. It was terrible. And if you go to the kitchen and my mom you just don't know, I hope it's not me. Yeah. Yeah. Right. I have the same problem. In fact, Joseph has the same problem. But if that's why I can't sleep at night. I need something else. I feel bad. Once I leave out, it has things 20 years ago I should have done different. Now I should have done along with what I should do. So I don't know what it's telling me. Yeah. I work like that, and I knew what I learned. Well, that's everything always told me that. I was doing it one day and said, but that's something else thinking about something that's done different years ago. What if I had done this or that? So I usually I have had some time but it's like I need to have something going on so my mind doesn't go to places I don't want to go.
And I get put down off. And they are from party so it's not run around and this guy, and then that was tonight we usually and then talk about and then the old go around how was my friend tonight he was saying that I was writing stuff down. And so brown. Yeah, I do. It's funny because they know trying to have my feet. Put up once a week, it's like the whole thing. And Dave got so used to doing it, he did another and they go, they know because they but any day we do that, they know that because they pour away the time. She was, you know, my own personal years. She was so she was, you know, saying to her, we didn't have any competition. So, but I think it brings that she is so smart that so it was really good.
didn't realize it. I was like, and I said, we're not and they don't take a shit so much. They don't realize it. And I said, how do you consider it for a couple of hours? You're getting 20 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. But I feel like that's a job. I would look at them. So this year, well, yes, right. And it's like I thought, but open one is at 12. It's not bad. Why can't I take when I first got my house, because I said to him, and I said, I will replace it. Because I'll put a section of my he was like, I never thought you were like children on the outside. He said, I never thought about that. Sitting on it on her head, but I'm gonna pour it out. He's gonna put it in the smear you're gonna I have that I can't help it. I may just take it back. When I did addition to my house, so I never know it in there, just break it out. My pants are now because underneath my house, my section is double down. Well, and so that's what, but I'm throwing the rest of it. And if I used to call it, it's not a big one. So I'll eat it twice. Yeah, $500. He goes to the whole thing that comes out $5. Yeah, he loves it. I paid him for some Christmas, and I got
the price of every stuff. Yeah, we can have it back myself. And I went, I'll rebuild this house for you. So then I thought, forget it. That's what I did. I paid it $500. He went around the whole perimeter. One put the jack. My house up. I can have but beyond all my house, I carry this and I because I did 2 foot by 2 foot, 6 inches. I was making sure I was going to hold my house. All right, the first 4 days, I said, I got more to do. I called him. He said, $2,000. It is a lot of work. I had prices for 75, 62. I called another company that comes in and takes these jacks and they just push them down the ground every 3 foot. That's your house. And that's what they leave. They don't do anything. And I said, then I have to go to the house. I made this guy gave me the 5 days. It was done. What they did was they dug so much and they screwed it in that ground. And they did every 4 foot. And they left that and then they got a block around and then they replaced all person still playing that. You can't get this. They actually took a block around. So my daughter's house is my house. So yeah, I've done that. I said to myself, what do you want to charge me for that? I said to myself, I'll be honest, but that's the and I made them go down 5 minutes. So I get 4 yeah, it would be nice to take a while and look around. Every year. The day his birthday, he wanted to have I never thought about it. I started on the I was like, yeah, and of course I was and it was something else to begin with. So now, anytime I see Cross River, because they have that. I always like to get fresh and but with the economy, I don't know. I think
Yeah. I went down, but I just, I've never done it. And now when my daughter goes to school, and she had to go so she's on especially and she like and I don't understand that. You know, I didn't say her place is in Jeff. I do it like so it being a black stone girl, I'm gonna grill old fashioned might be gas, but it's gonna be on a break. Yeah. And you do find so my house is so I just was surprised. I just want to regular myself. I had to replace my I said, you're talking you know, show me all of this forward and I tied up. Of course, I had to put it down that night. She wasn't classic. Oh, there's I don't think mine's never pulled in. Oh my God! I'm actually surprised. That's on his daughter. Yeah, but yeah. I wasn't joking. They told him. Yeah. 65. They were. Actually, he's 66 now. Like I said, he said about and everything. He goes, why would I put myself in that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he said, Jess doesn't see she's doing it.
Oh, okay. When that was the last I heard. Because I went in there
It was funny because I got a call from he said, "Oh, I don't know." He goes, "How long is it going to take?" And I see somebody would have spent she brought he did not want to the back section of the top he had labs and I said, see everything in the back. And we don't have time for this. And I put closed boards in and I made it so you can see up there. I never charged him just I made him provide the material. But I had see I that's there my daughter gets that of course him and I go to breakfast and I said to myself, my granddaughter can't see Jerry now.
Yeah, we just, October. I think
Well, man, it does.
But yeah, that's this is getting and I'm trying to picture myself. One of the down her back and start. So this is oh, you don't.
This is where things are. No, you can
All right, sorry for the delay. Call this meeting back to order. No formal action will be taken due to the closed session. Next, we're moving on to public comments. Council's intention is to preserve the level of respect, courtesy, and civility required to successfully conduct the public's business. In this regard, the council should be addressed during public participation as a collective body and not individual members. In order to respect the speaker's time, council members will not engage in dialogue or debate with the speaker. However, council members should feel free to ask the speaker a question or questions once recognized by the council president for the purpose of clarification. Council members can offer comments on the speaker's remarks once the speaker has concluded his or her comments in their allotted 5-minute time frame. All right. Anybody interested?
Good evening, Mayor, members of Town Council, everyone here in attendance, and everyone watching on YouTube. My name is Marty Graflinger, and I'm the proud president of the Browns Mills Improvement Association. As we celebrate more than a century of service to Browns Mills, I am honored to represent the oldest civic organization in our township. Tonight, I'd like to talk about something that has been on many people's minds. Many of us recently learned that Mount Holly has canceled its Independence Day celebration due to safety and security concerns. Other communities throughout our region have also faced challenges with public events, some experiencing disturbances, some ending events early, and others canceling them altogether. When I heard that news, it didn't make me think about what other communities are doing wrong. It made me appreciate what we have here in Pemberton Township. In just a few short days, our community will gather for our parade and the water carnival. Families will line the streets, boats will fill the lake. Friends and neighbors will come together to celebrate traditions that have been part of our community for generations. Those events do not happen by accident. They happen because of good governance. They happen because this township council supports community events. They happen because our recreation department works tirelessly behind the scenes. They happen because our police department, fire department, EMS, volunteers, civic organizations, and residents are all working together to make them successful. The recent cancellations around our region should serve as a reminder that all community events are something that we should never take for granted. They require planning, they require volunteers, they require public safety personnel, they require all of us to do our part. And I would especially like to make a request to parents. Many of the incidents that have disrupted events through our region have involved unsupervised, unruly youth. That is disappointing because the actions of a few individuals can take away opportunities from an entire community. As parents, grandparents, guardians, and neighbors, we all share a responsibility to know where our kids are, who they are with, and what they are doing. Community events are meant to create memories, build friendships, strengthen community pride. They are not a place for destructive behavior, fighting, vandalism, or disrespect. The overwhelming majority of our young people are wonderful, respectful kids, but all it takes is a small number of bad decisions to ruin an event for thousands of people. So I encourage parents to stay involved, stay present, to help ensure that young people attend these events, understand what is expected of them. I also encourage all of us to look out for one another. Good communities thrive when neighbors care about neighbors. If you see something concerning, say something. And if someone needs help, offer it. Let's continue working together to keep our events safe, welcoming, and family friendly. It takes a village, and I just happen to love ours the most. Let's show everyone what Pemberton Township is all about. And if anyone from neighboring communities is looking for a place to celebrate, we'd love to welcome you here. Come enjoy our parade, come enjoy our water carnival, come experience what happens when a community comes together with pride, respect, and a shared commitment to one another. On behalf of the BMIA, I would also like to invite everyone to our Luncheon of Excellence on Sunday, June 28th, which is the day after the water carnival at 2 p.m. This will serve as our final membership meeting before our summer break. During the luncheon, we will recognize graduates from preschool, 8th grade, and high school and present donations to 10 local nonprofit organizations that have made a positive impact in our community. I would also like to remind everyone that the deadline to submit graduate information is June 20th. If you are a BMI member in good standing with dues paid in full and have a child or grandchild graduating from preschool, 8th grade, or high school, please text me at 609-388-1305 so we can include them in the celebration. I am pleased to report that the BMIA continues to grow. Our membership is increasing, our volunteer base is expanding, and our ability to give back to the community is stronger than ever. We look forward to continuing that work in partnership with the township leadership, local organizations, and the residents we serve. Before I conclude, I would also like to recognize our police department for the outstanding work they have been doing during the paving project and road closures on South Lakeshore Drive. As a resident of South Lakeshore Drive, I have seen firsthand the challenges involving managing traffic, assisting residents, and maintaining safety during this project. The officers have been professional, patient, and responsive throughout the process, even when situations have been frustrating for the residents. I would also like to thank Officer Laura Gould for her kindness, professionalism, and willingness to help. She represents the very best of public service, and I wanted to acknowledge her publicly tonight. So thank you to our police department, recreation department, township staff, volunteers, and everyone who worked so hard to make Pemberton Township a place we can call home, a perfect place we can call home. And have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Marty.
Good evening. Joe Fallon, 32 Clubhouse Road. A couple of questions. Talking about our upcoming trash renewal contract. And I was wondering, do we know why we only received one bid the last time out? Did they give us a reason why? Yeah. And how many bid requests were sent out? And did anyone do a follow-up with these companies to ask why they weren't interested in bidding on our business? And I'm asking the questions because in my previous profession, I spent a lot of time dealing with municipalities in Central Jersey, answering bid requests and proposals. And so some of those things, if you get one bid, they would not accept it and would put it out for bid again. So I'm just curious because I know it's coming up in 27. And I see surrounding communities have issues with some of the companies they're dealing with. I do have another question that has nothing to do with trash. And I'm wondering, do we have a formal incentive award program here in the township that employees can submit ideas for cost-saving measures that would benefit the township? I've not heard of one, but maybe there is something going on there where they, in many companies, they do that when someone comes up with an idea of how to do a job better, and they submit that and they get an incentive reward in form of cash. I don't know. I haven't heard of that program here, but I thought I would ask. And in line with that, I have a question regarding, again, cost-saving measures or ways to do things better. Are we involved with the New Jersey League of Municipalities? And do we have ongoing conversations with their staff regarding issues that we're facing that other municipalities may have already dealt with and have answers that may help us in some manner? And the same thing with the Mayor's Conference, New Jersey Conference of Mayors, where they just had their meeting in Atlantic City. Again, resources, I don't know if we're calling on them, if we reach out and ask questions, as well as the rest of the professionals on our staff. I'm sure they all belong to associations. We can't be unique in the challenges that we're facing here with budgets. I mean, I can read in the Tribune, you can see the surrounding municipalities are dealing with many of the same issues. Which brings me to my other question. Do we have any formal ongoing communications with the surrounding municipalities about the problems that we're facing and that they're facing? Do we have any kind of formal communication going on, asking about hey, how are you guys solving this particular problem, or what are you doing about this? I ask because in many cases we have gotten siloed in our thinking, and we kind of keep it here and not reach out beyond our own boundaries here. And I think there are answers outside the township that may or may not relate to the problems we're facing. And that's the end of my comments tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Joe. I know as far as New Jersey League of Municipalities, I've attended several of the meetings. Many of our professionals go to the different seminars that they have in regards to their specialty here and stuff. I don't know if we actually have reached out, other than going to seminars and stuff like that, if we've actually reached out to them at other times, except for maybe looking for professionals from time to time. As far as talking to other towns, I know we've reached out and offered to do some shared service things with other towns to try to save some money and better utilize our equipment and stuff.
I'm sorry. Do we have a formal, ongoing kind of conversation, or is it an ad hoc kind of?
I'd have to say it's very informal. We've really just kind of gotten into it with this administration, with the new mayor and stuff,
right,
and the new BA. But yes, we've just scratched the surface on that. As far as the cost savings incentive program, I don't know if the mayor's got something or the BA's got something he's working on.
May I?
Go, yes, please.
We don't, but we did take a note, and we're going to look into doing something like that.
Joe, as far as the trash goes, that was the first thing you'd asked about. Danny, weren't you here when that happened? You and Josh? I believe they were the only bidder, right?
I think on purpose. The prior business administrator wanted to go into trash business, and the contract was up, and he's the one that claimed that we only got one bid, that nobody else wanted to bid it because his heart was in going into trash business.
At the time,
conflict of interest.
He was pushing for us to purchase trash trucks, which was an astronomical purchase.
And we basically fought him on it, but there was only one bid, and he was in charge of everything. But we got stuck with these people who I think they do a pretty decent job. You know, the thing that I think it averages $11 a week to pick up people's trash, which is nothing. But what kills us is the tipping fees.
Right.
Because the trash can't go out of the county. It has to go to the Burlington County landfill. And every year we get our eyes ripped out with the fees. You know, so it's nothing to pick up the trash. It's getting rid of it. And
Right.
you can't take it out of the state. And I'm pretty confident that when it goes out to bid this year, we'll probably have 5 or 6 people bidding it. Because I can't prove it, but I think it was a schmeek deal 3 years ago.
It was very curious to me, and I'm sure the public, that the price went up and we had half the service, basically.
A lot of it was the tipping fees, but another problem is I think it was a 4-year contract. And when he figured out the yearly billing, he should have went from the 4th year and billed it. He did it the first year and he never raised it. So if he would have went from the last year, what the final bill was, you would have picked up money the first 3 years. The 4th year, you would have broke even. He did it the first year contract, never raised it, and when it was all over with, I think we were $300,000 in the hole. But it was his fault because he didn't do it right. You know?
Okay.
But
thank you. That answers why we
Thank
only
God
had
he's
one
gone.
bid.
Thank you, Joe.
How's everybody doing tonight? Alex Costa, Route 70, Browns Mills, New Jersey. All right, 186, 2026. How much will the contract extension be? 187, 2026. How much will the contract be for the double-sided recycling bins? And how many are being purchased and where will they be placed at? 189, 2026. I'm very glad that you guys are finally taking care of our public workers. It's been, from my understanding, a very long time since they have last seen a contract with a pay raise. So I'm very glad that we're finally taking that step to get them up to snuff for 2026. 191, 2026. I'm also very happy to see this is on here. Quick question: have we ordered the lights for Mirror Lake Dam yet? And when is the earliest that we can start seeing construction on getting the new railings, the lights, and the other fixings that are supposed to happen for that? 193, 2026. How much will the shared service agreement be, and how long will this agreement be for? 194, 2026. How much will the contract be for Mr. Enright? And 197, 2026. Are we just giving, is this going to be like a floating holiday type deal where we give employees the day off for Juneteenth, or they can choose to use that holiday at a different time? New business, number 2 for the fire department. Are we just replacing old gear, or are we adding 5 new turnout gears for the new people that we're going to be bringing on? Number 12, how much is the bill list? And I just have a few questions. Have we been negotiating still with Mr. Ellie and about the EMS building? I just want to know if we're still dealing with Mr. Ellie. Is there any new information on Sycamore Hall as well? And I also wanted to just say, Ms. Rosemary, thank you for you and Public Works for taking care of the pothole. It was a huge pothole, and thank you guys for getting it taken care of. That was on Eldridge Street. We also are only 10 days away from the water carnival, so please, if you don't follow the recreation page on Facebook, please go on there because they have all the maps and the pictures of the road closures. For the parade, where would you recommend parking? At Sycamore Hall before they close the road off, or where would you recommend parking? Oh. And I know at the last meeting you had said that we were going to get speakers, or we were in the works of getting quotes. Do we know if we have gotten any quotes for speakers for the back of the room? And that's it for public comment. I'll be back for the budget portion.
Mayor, you were jumping at the bit. You want to take care of which ones you want to take care of?
It was the one about parking for the parade, right?
Yes.
So there'll be buses shuttling people from the parking lot at the school, where the parade's starting from. So you can park there, and they'll shuttle you down.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it'll be the same deal for the event later on at 5 o'clock.
Now that's for the water carnival.
So what about the
parking for the parade?
The parade,
first come, first serve, wherever you get. You know,
that's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Park in my house and walk from there.
Well, I think my mom would have an issue with that.
All right,
Alex, I just spoke with the chief on this. The 5 sets of PPE.
Yes.
That's for all of our new volunteers.
Is this all the things that they'll need, or are we going to need
the turnout gear that they're going to need? They each need 2 sets of turnout gear for the 2 new ones. That will be 4 sets. The 5th set is for one volunteer who needs a second set. He only has one. And my question would be, not a question, but a statement would be, this turnout gear is for volunteers to run into a fire, not only run into a fire, to come out of it safely so that when the next time comes, they can do it again.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
If it were double this, I would still be a yes.
Is this custom gear, or is this all just one-size-fit-all type gear? It's all one-size-fit-all?
No,
it's all
absolutely
custom?
not. Yes.
Okay.
Could you imagine me and him running around in the same coat?
Well,
You got to make it the size so they can best operate. As far as 186, Alex, the new contract will be 172,844.
And this will be for
That's
a
a
year?
3% increase. It's a 1-year extension on the contract that they already have. The next one is $7,241 and some change. There are 4 receptacles. They are going to be replacing old ones around different parts of the town. I believe at different bus stops. I believe one's by Deborah. I'm not sure where all 4 of them are.
Are they the ones where you step on it and the thing opens?
And not by the design I saw. No, they're just so you don't get rain in them inside. Load them. 89. What was your question on 89? Well, we'll discuss that one later on. 91. What was your question on that one? Did we buy the lights yet?
Yeah, did we buy the lights yet?
No, we didn't. It's just went out to bid. There's contractors bidding on. This is to award the engineer to oversee the project.
Have we gotten any bids yet?
Nah, they have until I don't know what the deadline is. Probably in another week or 2. It's usually like 14 days. But I know at least one bid package has been picked up. I'm not sure if there's been any more. 93. The shared service it's not anything that we're going to make money or cost us money. It's for a sewer project that we'll be discussing later on.
194. How much is the contract?
Yeah, I don't have that right in front of me. It's I think around 89,000. I think.
How much?
I think around 89,000 for a full-time position.
Okay.
Don't hold me to that. 97. That is on there. If 189 for some reason doesn't pass tonight, that allow them to have their holiday while we further negotiate that contract, if that's the case.
And what about
well, you got new business too. Bill list is 511,000 and change. And Ellie's, the BA and I are having a meeting along with our council tomorrow with the Ellies. So we'll see what happens with that. Nothing on Sycamore Hall. I just asked that question when we came out of closed session. Okay, I think that answers all your questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll be back.
Yeah, I have a note to add on the bill list, and this actually goes back to his with the solid waste removal. The total of our solid waste costs in this bill cycle are almost $230,000, which is about 40% of the total bill. So the solid waste is a big chunk of our expenses.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, one more, Alex. Sunshine's going to answer your question about the speakers.
Amy and I met yesterday with BIS, who is the system we use. They went through everything to make sure everything was working well, and he provided some suggestions about getting speakers in the back of the room. So we are looking into that. You're welcome.
Good evening, everybody in general. My name is America Phillips. I got a few questions in here. My question number 1, in the new business, is the Presidential Lake 4th of July parade. I was told in the meeting the other night, not this meeting, PL Civic Association, they send their permit for the 4th of July parade in Presidential Lake in April. What happened? The permit went to China and got stuck there and just came back. I want to know what is going on right now, please. The sad part it is with us. We go and have a parade, we cannot even feed the people. It's sad. And I blame this room. You got a permit in April. What took you so long? Today is June 16. July 4th is coming soon. Okay? Okay. My next thing, I leave it there. My next thing is this: what happened with the portable pot? They coming from China also. Portable pots are not on the road yet. The other night I was walking Presidential Lake. They got a game for another towns or whatever. The kids playing baseball there, looking for portable pots. Guess what? We are in the boondocks. You see the trees. Please, every single town I go, everybody got portable pot year around, not only in the summer. We are human beings. We go to the bathroom 24/7, people. I wake up. Okay. I just hear the Sycamore Hall. There's nothing on it. Okay. My point is when I want to make it in reference to the parade, the Presidential Lake 4th of July parade. That day is nothing is going on in this town and except ours. We want a lousy 2 to 3 hours for our time. Can the police spare those 3 hours? We are a taxpayer. Fire department can spare their time also. In the sad part where I want to tell everybody, please, you got family, volunteer in the fire department. I was a firefighter myself. Unfortunately, I cannot continue for my health, okay? Please, notify everybody. We got 27,000 residents in this place. You try to tell me that nobody can be a volunteer firefighter? It's sad. Okay, I want to know about the budget they adopted or whatever. And I also want to know in here, Resolution 193, 2026. What are we sharing services with Mount Holly right now? Please answer me that, because to my knowledge, I know what is coming down. I attend the commissioners meeting. Mount Holly want to bring their warehouses around there. Guess what? They better get water somewhere. They not going to get it from us. I had a water service that came to my house today, service my water softer tank. I know for the fact, I know there is plenty people here living PL. Our water is down, okay? And right now, we want to just share more things in the septic system. You know what Mount Holly wanted? I leave it this way. The reason Mount Holly wanted you people give it the okay for lousy pennies or no pennies, because they want to build there across the street, and the only way they can offer is the Mount Holly. But now we're going to share. Please don't. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Phillips, thank you. You want some answers to your question, Ms. Phillips? The parade, I don't know when the permit got here, but I don't think we've ever not approved one.
Council
when it
President,
came
I
to-
got an answer for you.
Okay, go ahead.
It wasn't submitted in April. It was submitted May 28th. May 28th. Somebody asked me this question the other day. That's how I know that. It has to be reviewed by the police department, the fire department, which they both departments are supporting the parade if it gets approved by council, and then DPW. It didn't make it on the agenda for our last council meeting. That's why it's getting presented tonight.
As far as porta potties, I guess, Ro, you're going to look into that tomorrow. I thought they were supposed to be out there by Memorial Day. But and then 193, as we said earlier, that resolution is a shared service with Mount Holly Sewer Authority for the warehouses. We'll see what happens when that comes up tonight. Thank you.
Pat Guthrie, 317 Birmingham. I only have a couple questions. 187, 2026. I know we talked about these water recycling things. I was thinking it was just like for events or something. If you could just give us more clarification on that, that would be great. 189, 2026. I heard you mention that that has something to do with the pay. And pay raises that what was just said long past due. I'm hoping that you guys compare whatever pay that's being given to what is on the government pay scale, because today's day things are just costing so much money and expenses are so high. We want to make sure that we don't give raises outside of what we can actually afford with our taxes going up and everything else. Number 192, 2026. I'm wondering what they're assessing. And I wanted to point out that like 193, 2026, if you look at it, it talks about property along Route 20. I'm assuming that's 206. And also under the ordinances 19-2026, it talks about Wren Road in the corner of Lynette Road. But when I put these roads into Google, there's a Wren Street that comes up in Browns Mills, and Lynette Road doesn't come up at all. So when I kind of look to see what areas these ordinances are affecting, I'm just curious why I can't even find this location. Alex had asked about the EMS building with Mr. Ellie. I know I've been going to all the planning board meetings, and there's really some really fantastic ideas they're talking about doing right there for the center triangle for Browns Mills. I don't picture a laundromat in the middle of that. So I would just like to say that I don't think that's a good place for a laundromat. And I did notice that in ordinances for introduction, there's a lot of talk here having to do with rental properties. The one that is being voted on tonight, I figured you're going to have a speaking for that. But there's another one that talks about short-term rentals. I'd like to know if there's a way I can see that ordinance, or if you guys can shine some light on it, because I do have great concerns, because there's actual property in Birmingham that I went to a meeting and they were talking about a rental property in Birmingham. They just word these things as rental properties, but I think they should be distinguished between rental properties for residential and rental properties for business. And I don't think it's being separated properly like the way it is. So before you guys vote on creating an ordinance having to do with rental properties, I think it should be separated. This is the guidelines for rentals on businesses and rentals on residential. And I don't think the two of them should be combined and mixed up together. But those are my questions and my statements.
All right, Patty, 187, they're double-sided outdoor trash receptacles for waste and recycling. There's four of them they're buying to replace in different locations in town near bus stops. Like I said, I know one's by Deborah. I think one's probably going to be for the new shopping center once that gets further into construction. And I'm not sure where the other two are, but that's what they are. 189 is the collective bargaining agreement with the GWU. We'll be discussing a little bit later tonight. And 192.
192 is the DEP doing the remediation and all the inspection work and
Okay.
at the defunct gas station in the little
Okay.
triangle in Pemberton.
Okay, the old gas guy.
That
Yes.
Across
has
from the
a
Wawa
yeah,
patio
that
on
has
the
a
43rd.
very, very long list of
Pemberton Borough, we call it the Pemberton Borough Wawa.
Okay, so that's across from Wawa.
yeah.
Yeah.
It has a
It's that,
long history of violations
Yep.
and it needed some serious cleanup.
193 again. Uh, we'll be discussing that tonight. Ordinance 19, second reading. You'll have public comment on that. Ordinance 22 is the first reading, and if we approve it on the first reading, then sometime in a week or so, it'll be available for you to get. Yeah.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Welcome, newcomer.
Hello. Paulie Wenger, president of the Pemberton Township Historic Trust. Going to be very quick. A couple events coming up that I think are important to highlight for everyone. A really quick one is on Saturday at the train station. We're going to be having a speaking series with a historian from Woodland Township named Will Durkin, who's going to be doing a history of the taverns and inns in Chatsworth. Our history of Pemberton Township and Woodland Township are pretty well connected, so this should be a good opportunity to learn some history. It's a free event at the train station next to the Wawa. The other one, and it was nice to see Joe here today, is that the first day of the White Spog Blueberry Festival is this Friday from 5 to 8 p.m. I think it would be great if everyone in our town can go and support White Spog there. It's their big fundraiser, and heaven knows any historic organization could use a couple extra dollars. So make sure to go visit, buy stuff from their general store, and post on Facebook and all the social medias for that. Otherwise, that's it for me tonight. I don't want to take up too much time. Just happy to officially be a resident of Pemberton Township once again. I moved in last week, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Paulie. Paulie, what time is that speaker going to be at the train station?
It is at 11.
11 o'clock? Okay,
Yep.
Thank you. Now I don't have to keep asking Tom what's going on. Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. Mike Salka, 92 Scrapetown Road. I know you're going to be talking about Ordinance 18 later today, but I just want to say that we should have fixed the language in 148-7B and C. Even as an attorney, I can't understand it. It's poorly written and probably unenforceable the way it's written. I'll bring up more later when we actually discuss that. When we do the budget, is it going to be presented so we actually see what you're voting on? Or is it going to be one of these things that's you only know about and you're going to vote on it? Or is it going to be presented on the screen so we can ask questions? Next, it's kind of budget related. I brought it up last time when the proposed budget came out that the whole section for code enforcement was blank. I think I know why. I got the DCA report from 2025 for the UCC fees. So the current budget that's proposed is raising the salary expense from 152K to 277K. But in 2025, we had total revenues of 455,000, salaries of 550,000 spent on salaries for the whole code enforcement. Other expenses of 147,000, total expenditures of 746,000. But what really kills you is that in the beginning of 2025, there was a trust fund of $332,000, and we squandered it down that year that we ended up with only 41,000 left in the trust fund coming into 2026. What kind of budgeting is that? Who ran the code enforcement department in 2025? Oh, and we promoted her To a different position? Okay. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Salka. Anyone else for public comment?
You can laugh all you want. Oh, we are. You're
Yeah.
fine. 300,000 and uninformed. Uninformed. Ignorant. Yeah, you know, just call him ignorant. Good job, Mayor.
All right, let's calm down. Let's calm down.
Good evening, everyone. Robert King, 247 Amherst Avenue, Pemberton. Everyone calls me Pete. All right. Just want to let you know the school year is winding down now, so hopefully all the kids now are thinking about summer things and things to do. And I just also want to give a quick shout out that Troop 145B, the boy troop there, Sean Wentworth's troop, is doing the scrapping for an Eagle project. So if you have any metal, he has a Facebook page out there. So let's help this young man get his Eagle Scout funded. So which is good. It'll be nice to have another one in town. My troop just got back from a whitewater rafting trip up in the Poconos. They had a blast. Now for the schools coming up, today they had the senior picnic. All the middle schools and stuff are having field days this week. On Friday, there's not going to be any school due to Juneteenth. And on Monday, they're having the senior clap out at the Peckek school in the morning. So for that's coming up. And then on June 25th will be our graduation. And we already know that one of our seniors got her associate's degree before. So, and these programs are available to all the students. All they have to do is the parents and the kids have to actually just take advantage of them. With our medical arts academy and our arts academy, our culinary, we have a lot of great projects and programs in our high school. So just kids need to take advantage of it. All right. Y'all have any questions for me?
This time we do,
So,
Pete.
yeah.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I've got a little scrap pile that I can have picked up, but I don't use Facebook. Is there another way that I can contact?
Yeah, I'll get you his number.
Okay.
So
And the other thing, were we able to take care of that?
I have called her twice and have not gotten any answer, and I
Okay.
don't feel comfortable just going onto somebody's property without permission.
I understand. I appreciate it. If it's something your guys can do to help her out, but if she's not going to answer the phone, I don't know. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, I called twice and
yeah.
left messages both times. So
Okay.
but we are trying. So I am trying. I'll try calling her one more time.
I'll have to see if there's an email address, possibly, Pete, and if I get one, I'll get it to you.
Okay.
All right.
All
But
right.
thank you for reaching out and trying to do that. We appreciate your scouts trying to help out the elderly. Yeah.
All right, and I'll get you the number here in a bit.
Good evening.
Didn't I just see you?
Probably. Eric Howen, 162 North Pemberton Road. I just have a couple of questions in regard to 192. I know that site assessments have been done in the past, and I was just wondering why another one was being done. Did they customarily have to be redone every so often? Because many years ago, I entertained the idea of possibly buying the property, so I reached out to the realtor, and then they sent me a 406-page document that had words that I have no idea what they mean, and I gently walked away. So I was just wondering, is this something that needs to be done every so often? I mean, there's wells there that are being monitored. Is that what this is paying for? That was really it. I was just curious about that.
192 is actually there's a company looking to come in and remediate that property with Brown's Funds money and clean it all up finally and get it back to where we can maybe put a commercial property on there.
Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe there is an end game for somebody. That would be
We're
nice.
hoping this is an end means. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Thank you, Art.
That's good. That was easy.
And
Okay, so my name is Michelle Foreman, and my first question is for well, my first comments are okay. For Public Works and as far as the ground crew, looking around Pemberton Township for holes, and you guys said it was so difficult. I have a suggestion: just get somebody. That's their job. They go around and they document what roads need to be repaired. It's real simple. It's very simple. It's not a complicated thing. That's what you do. That's what you have to do. Michelle Foreman said so. Okay. Comment. The water fountain. Harry said the other day it costs money to get that water to be cold. It's very hot. It's the summertime. I do not see why that water can't be colder. It's like lukewarm practically. I do like ice water. Maybe some people like warm water. But can you consider getting that fixed? I don't want to hear it costs money because you vote yes to a lot of things that cost a lot of money and putting us in a debt. So, I just want to say, can you consider that? Okay. 2, I have a question for Rosemary Flannery. Did you ever get it on the agenda yet to abolish the lien on my home? Did you get that yet? I know you have to wait till I ask all my questions, but I mean, however you want to work it, Rosemary.
Yes, they're creating a resolution so we can discharge the mortgage lien that was put against the property.
But it hasn't been on the agenda yet. Because the last few meetings I went to, you said you're going to take care of it. You got my back, but it's still not here yet. It's been months. It's been actually half a year since you gave me the paperwork on that.
So it was sent over to everybody. I can't discharge the mortgage until a resolution is passed by council, so it has to get on their agenda. But it was sent to everybody.
But what's the holdup? Why is it not on the agenda?
I don't know. It's not my agenda, but I will reach out to the clerk tomorrow.
That's what you said the last few meetings.
Right. And I did forget the last meeting. I'm so sorry.
No, the last few meetings. Many meetings.
And I did reach out. I reached out before and asked about the resolution when it was going to get done.
Because I thought it was the mayor holding me up, but now, to be honest with you, it appears that somebody else is holding me up.
No, nobody is holding you up. And if
It is because it's been months.
Right. But if you remember, you didn't even know about it, that you were going to be able to get it fully discharged. And I was the one that brought it to your attention. So there's be no reason that I would be holding it up. But I
Okay.
will make sure I
Well,
follow
I
back
need
up on
work
it
done on
tomorrow.
my house, and I've told everybody here that I need the work done. It's not for me, my house, because I told you all I have a son with autism. I'm leaving this house too. So it's not just about me. Okay, well, anyway, that's one thing that's disturbing me a little bit. The other thing is that I would like to say that the Economic and Development Committee meeting, I think they are working very hard. They're working very well together. I really enjoyed the farmers market the couple times that I went to. Very good. It's great to see some of the people there. Marty, I think she does all the flyers, which are beautiful. I'm not sure. Do you? Do you do some of them? Okay. And so but there's 2 members on there that I've been to 5 meetings and I have not seen Rosemary or Mr. Mayor Bianchini at any of these 5 meetings. So I'm wondering what's up with that. Are you still members of the Economic and Development Committee meeting? Because they were on the list that they were members. I'm just wondering, I want to update on the solar panels and I just want to know why the solar panels are off the table right now and if it's permanently off the table. I did ask it before, but I didn't get really specific answers. And the other thing is, I just want to know, like, are they going to be cutting more trees down over at the Acme? because there are people in that neighborhood that lost a great deal of land there when they cut down all those trees. The Pinelands said it was okay. I did go to a Pinelands meeting the other day, and very disturbing because the county engineer was cursing in the parking lot at the top of his lungs. And speaking about cursing, there's been a lot of talk in the newspapers about people around here cursing. I just want to declare that my father was in the military, and I'm growing up as a child. There were 6 of us, and I never heard my dad ever curse once. I'm just saying that. Never heard my dad ever curse once when I was growing up. I want to know if they're cutting more trees down, and I want to know what other grocery stores they looked at. I don't want a quick answer that they did a lot. I want to know the name of the grocery store and how many grocery stores that they really give a good faith effort in trying to get this town a grocery store. And the trees are disturbing me. And finally, I just want to say that when I was there the other day, there was one deer looking from the forest, that was left of it, to the parking lot at all the destruction. And he was just looking at it. And if pictures could paint 1,000 words, I wish I had a picture. I just didn't have my camera at the minute. And then I saw deer running through my backyard, and they're dead deer in the street. It was a big one. And that was a big deer that I saw. I don't know if they lost the deer and the birds and animals over there, lost their home, and they had no good reason to cut down those trees. I'm very upset about this. Now, anybody can answer my questions. Thank you for giving me an extra 45 seconds, maybe.
All right, Ro, you want to finish with what you were about to answer, or are you done? Okay.
As far as the trees, Michelle, I know a thing or two about them. I'm sure, first of all, they had to get permission for anything they took down, and we have a tree replenishment program, do we not now, mandated by the state. So whatever was taken down has to be replaced by trees of a particular size, based upon the number of trees they took down and the size of the caliper on the trees they removed. It would dictate how many they have to plant to replace said trees. The bigger the tree, so they take one down that's maybe 24 inches in diameter. And again, I'm just throwing numbers. One replacement tree will not suffice. It may require 2 or 3, depending on what they're planting.
Could you say the last sentence?
The size of the trees that they take down, there is a mandate from the state, which we had to adopt one as well, that they have to replace the trees. If it's a larger tree, replacing it with one may not suffice. It may require 2 or maybe even a third, depending upon how big and how mature the tree was.
Okay, well, we know what the replacement trees did at the warehouse, how terrible those trees look over there. So where do they have to replace the trees? In the Acme parking lot?
It would have to be somewhere on their lot.
Somewhere on their lot? They're going to have to plant a lot of trees.
I'm not familiar with what they took down, but again, I know what the replacement statutes say.
A lot. The neighbors lost a lot over there. So does anybody have an answer to the question? Are they going to cut the rest of the trees down, or any other trees down?
I'm not familiar with
anybody know?
I'm not familiar with the site and what their plan is.
Thank you. Does anybody else know, being that you're the
Pinelands
liaison?
I think they're done. I think they've cut everything they need to cut.
You're not sure, you just think?
Yes, I'm not 100%. I'm not there on a daily basis overseeing the construction. That's not.
Who is overseeing that they're not cutting down too many trees?
Mr. Harper, if I
Sure,
may.
go ahead, Jen.
So, Mr. Doyle is correct in indicating that there is a tree replacement ordinance, but there is also a second option, and that's what many of the developers in town have chosen to do, which is instead of replanting trees, they can pay a flat amount per acre. I want to say it's $700 per acre, something like that, and it goes into a tree replenishment fund for the town. So basically what that developer, and I am not 100% sure, but I believe what this developer chose to do was to pay that amount. So for the total number of acres that they needed to clear for this site, they paid the town $700 per number of acres, and that goes into a fund. So when the town needs to plant trees, they can pull money from that fund to pay for the trees to be planted, rather than the developer replanting directly on their site.
Jen, since you made this statement, I got to ask, $700 to clear a whole acre? That's it?
That's all we get?
Don't quote me on that number.
Okay.
I will.
That sounds low.
I threw a number out. I don't.
Okay.
I will look it up for you. How
No,
about
no. Again,
it's in the ordinance. I just, for some reason, that's what my head said. But it's
Okay.
been a long week for me, so I could be very wrong.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I know for a fact there was huge huge black walnut trees, which is very rare, and the wood is very valuable, and they did a lot more damage than $700 worth of work. And even if that's true, the neighbors are devastated. They lost their buffer. Now they're going to see everything, and you can't plant trees and let them grow 100 years worth of growing. How tall these trees were.
And Michelle, it was all
Not going to be that easy.
It was
Okay.
all. It was all
Let's see if
part.
there's any other questions.
It was all part of the plan. You know, when they went to.
I've been to many meetings and I've never heard anything about them cutting down trees. Why
They
did
had to
they
get-
have to?
Michelle, they had
It
to
was
take-
not something they needed to do. They just wanted to do it.
Michelle, they had to take their entire plan, including the lot clearing, to the planning board, so that was all approved.
Yep. Yeah.
So it was the planning board's fault. They cut down the trees. Nobody in the township, nobody here
It's nobody's
said
fault.
it's okay for you to cut down all these trees.
It was part of the plan. As
Who
far as
approved the plan? Who voted yes to it?
planning board?
It didn't come back here.
No, and the
Pineland said it was okay.
Pinelands approved it. Yes.
And then I was told that the township had to say okay too.
No. Planning board has final say on all that stuff. Yeah. As far as your potholes, I know we got a crew out there diligently filling potholes.
Hold on, you're really going down. I'm right here. I'm trying to hear you.
Okay.
Say it one more
I
time.
said we got crew out there diligently filling potholes. I mean, we can't just have somebody riding around, marking spots. They have other jobs.
Take a map
They
and
have-
mark the spots.
they
How
have-
hard is that?
They have other jobs to do. They're out there. If they get complaints, they'll go out and address them.
Okay, I disagree. I don't see
Okay.
why. It's a simple thing. You get a map and you mark down the priorities. It's a
Okay.
simple thing.
Okay.
Who said you do it? Who said I did?
All right, calm down.
You want me to do it? Okay.
Michelle,
I will. But
everybody
this is
calm
my
down.
turn, not yours. You can come up and talk when I'm done though if you want.
All right, Michelle, please turn around. Please turn around.
Excuse me. You're addressing me. You need to address him. He just was rudely interrupting me. Yeah, but he needs to, the audience needs to back off me when I'm up here talking, because I took my time to come here, and you guys, I'm tired of you guys sitting back and letting the audience disrespect the people up here. I'm not the only one coming up here to talk that gets disrespected by you guys or the audience. And I don't mind you telling me to turn around and pay attention, but you need to tell the audience, and especially him, not to holler out in the middle of my share.
Yes, we're trying to quiet it
Yeah,
down,
you're not
Michelle.
going to do that, though. Okay.
Do you want to? I did.
Somebody told him to be quiet?
Yes.
When you were turning
I
around,
told
you
everybody to be
Michelle,
quiet.
Larry took care of it. That's
Yeah.
why you stopped speaking.
Yeah.
You did as he was
Please.
requested.
Okay, if you say so, I'll listen to see if that's really true.
All right, Michelle, we're trying to get through your questions. The solar,
I understand. It's not my fault I was interrupted, though. I'm trying to be on a roll here.
Are you gonna let?
I have residents that are very upset about certain things, and I want to go back with answers.
If you let us answer, we'll try to answer. The solar panels, as far as, if somebody comes back in with a proposal for solar panels again, at this time, we're busy handling the budget and stuff, so we didn't feel it was worth our time to go forward to go out and get bids and stuff, because that's what we're required to do. We can't just let one person give us a proposal. So for now, it's not happening. Grocery stores, as far as we know, they're diligently out there talking to people. I
They're
don't
still
know.
diligently talking to who?
I don't know. I don't
How
know.
do you know they're talking to people?
We don't run.
How do you even know they're talking to people?
Well, when we were.
You can't.
All right, Michelle, I can't answer any.
Okay, I'm just asking you. Does anybody know the name of one
Michelle,
grocery
Michelle.
store that they talk to?
Michelle, it is the developer's obligation to go speak to them.
Right.
I believe we created an ordinance, did we not, that if after so many years they don't fulfill that obligation, it becomes our ability to fill it if they don't. That's where we stand. So whether they go talk to somebody or whether they don't is completely on them, because
Well,
they
I
are.
was told that they
Now you're
talked
interrupting
to.
me. I'm trying to help you.
Go ahead.
It is their obligation to fill it. If they don't fulfill their obligation, then we have the right to do it, but we have to wait until the clock runs out to step in and do the job for them.
But I've been told numerous times, because I brought this up at numerous meetings, that they have talked to numerous grocery stores, and I have not heard the name of even one grocery store besides the grocery outlet
Right.
that you guys know of that they even talked
They
to.
don't-
And then you voted yes on this.
They have no
without even
obligation.
knowing for sure. They might have an obligation, but I don't.
They
see
have no
anything for sure
obligation
that
to
they-
tell us who they're speaking to. That's on them. They don't have to report back
So
to
you
us.
guys just vote yes on something and take their word and believe what they say? We need a grocery store in this town. We don't have time to wait 2 years. We need another grocery store. Now, why isn't Rosemary or Mr. Bianchini at these Economic Development Committee meetings? They're members there.
They don't.
I haven't seen them at 4 or 5 of them. Are they still members or are they not members anymore?
They're not required to be there. I'm.
Well, I mean, really.
All right, Michelle. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, and Rosemary can't answer. Let her answer. Why do you always try to
Michelle-
talk for people?
Michelle, so I am not the director of community development anymore. So
Okay.
Mr. Gerber goes in my place, but I want you to know that I still work behind the scenes to get funding for the Mirror Lake down to Pemberton Commons lighting project. I still, get involved with, the farmers market, trying to make suggestions to the committee. So I am still involved behind the scenes. There's only so much time I have. And when you guys are at those meetings, I'm still in my office working. So it's not like I go home or anything like that.
Okay, well, I do want to address that and let Mr. Gerber know. I think you've been at every single one, 5 that I think I went to. So thank you for showing up. It's very good to see you there. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, let's move on to resolutions. Yep, I'm sorry. We got the minutes. Well, it's all it can be part of the consent agenda here. So we got the minutes. Any resolutions anybody wants to pull out?
Yeah, can we pull 189 and 193, please?
186, 188,
All right.
192,
Okay.
and we're going to discuss 195, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's not on consent agenda yet. All right. That sounds like it. So we got 186, 188, 189, 92, and 93 that are pulled from the consent agenda. Looking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve the resolutions as amended.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Charleroi?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Moving right along. 186. I believe that was you, Danny. We got.
Yeah, my comment is, I don't understand why we're giving them an extension for a year. We could have taken that time and put it out for bid. There's a lot of good companies out there that do a lot of good work, and I don't know why we gave these guys an extension.
Due to the timing, we only had a month to go till it needs to be renewed. So the administration felt that it was better to extend it to 1 year and then give us a year to look for other opportunities. Other questions on that?
Well, I don't know. I guess, somebody let their finger off the pulse. We should be on top of these things because it ends up costing the town a lot of money. Like I said, there's a lot more better companies out there that we could have got. That's all I got.
Okay. It's a 3% increase from the original contract.
Yeah, but you get what you pay for.
Anybody else have any questions on this? If not, I'll entertain a motion for 186.
Make a motion to approve 186.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeSharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
No.
Harper?
Yes. 188, I think that was you again, Danny.
Yeah, I have one question.
Let's see, 188. And the only thing that makes me want to question some of these things on here is I ran into a lady the other day who works for the County Board of Health. And we were talking, and I said, I'm a councilman in Pemberton Township. Well, it was like pulling a pin on a hanger grenade. She was telling me that the County Board of Health has wrote many violations in this town, and somehow they can't get through the court. They get thrown out and dismissed. And one of the things that she indicated to me was that the American Legion, who's a 501c, has 2 businesses running out of the kitchen. And which isn't legal. For instance, they serve food, dining. The waitresses are going to the bars and getting drinks. I'm just bringing it to the attention of the council. I think it's something that we should look into. The number 2 thing she said to me was, I guess we got that free kitchen stuff and put it in at the Nesbitt Center, and they have no record of the plan, the layout, or anything that it was done. That was the second thing. The other thing I have is, didn't they pass a law where pocket licenses are only good for 2 years now?
Yes, there is a time clock on the pocket license.
So we have 5 pocket licenses on here, and how long have they had them up for renewal?
I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn, but as of yesterday, Amy said they had all turned in all their proper paperwork. There were 2, one that was taken off because they didn't file their proper paperwork, and that's all we're interested in renewing their liquor license for the ABC. The part with the restaurants, that would be the county's issue with the Board of Health.
Yeah, that's what I'm bringing up. I said,
but that doesn't have anything to do with the liquor license.
But I'm just telling you, there's violations in the town
And
that we should look into.
But that's nothing to do with the liquor license. That's up to the County Board of Health for inspecting for restaurants.
Okay, so apparently you don't understand what I'm saying. You can't have a 501c business club and then have people that don't pay taxes doing business out of the same building. If the American Legion hired one of their people to cook food in the kitchen, it would be totally legal. But you got Fat John's running his food truck out of there, plus Corner Pocket. 2 commercial businesses on a 501c license. There's a problem there. And my question was, with the pocket license, I thought they were only good for 2 years. They have to sell them or turn them in.
Correct.
Okay.
And Amy told us they're all up to snuff. One has a short clock on it. I know she did mention that. So, but as of right now, it needs to be renewed. They did all their proper paperwork and all.
Okay.
So are you looking to try to take the American Legion off because you think they're doing something wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I didn't start the conversation. When she found out I was a councilman, she unloaded on me. And I'm just bringing it to the council that maybe somebody should look into it. If it's code enforcer or whatever. I don't know. But I think they're in violation. I don't know what's so funny, Harry.
The County Board of Health handles the restaurant part of it. That's nothing to do with code or the township.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. I'll make a motion to pass everything, but take the Legion off till we get it straightened out because it's illegal operation.
Council President, I was there when the Board of Health inspected the Corner Pocket Grill and the American Legion, and they passed with flying colors.
Okay.
The kitchen, right? But what about having a private business in a 501c club?
They're allowed because Legion doesn't get paid for that. They make no profit off that. Mr. McGuck, can you have any input on that?
I don't believe we have any legal authority to stop the non-renewal of a license because of an allegation that they're doing something improper there. That would be between them and the taxing entities, including the Division of Taxation or the IRS.
Okay. You guys are the boss.
All right. So with that, looking for a motion for 188, 2026.
Motion to pass resolution 188.
I'll second.
Mr. Charleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
No.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. 189, have a lot of discussion on that, I'm sure. Who wants to start? Perry, I believe you pulled 189.
Yeah, okay, so how much can we really say about this?
I mean, if you're unsatisfied with the terms that you want to have further discussions, it would be appropriate to have a motion to table if that's
What I'm considering doing is it's nothing to do with the financial aspects of the contract itself. There's just a couple other small things that I would like to discuss before approving this. So if anybody has anything else to say, I'd like to make a motion that we table 189 until the next meeting.
Anyone else have any
Yeah,
conversation on 189?
I think the items that were debated are significant enough that we should really go over this directly.
All right, so is that a second on that motion then?
Yes, that's a second. Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to table 189, 2026.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, moving on, 192, 2026. Who, Danny, I think that was you again, pulled that one? Or 192, yes. It's the Gasco property.
Are we going after the owners of the property for this?
We are not doing anything. The company that came to us and approached us with this deal, they have taken full responsibility for everything, financially and all. They've already, I believe, got the liens turned over to them, and they're taking care of all the financial part of it and just cleaning it up so we can turn it into something else. I think they're looking at about a 24-month turnaround, I believe. Joe, I think that's the time frame they were looking at.
From what I read in the paperwork, the original owner is no longer in business. So
Yes,
it doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah, that's correct. There were liens on the property, and this company acquired the liens so that they could, take the lead on this. And they've already applied for Brown's Fund money to do the cleanup. So
They need township permission in order to make the application, and that's what they're asking.
that's all they need from us is our blessing to do it.
Okay, well, I can't quite understand the deal, but as long as it has no involvement with the township and it's not going to cost us any money, I don't have a problem. But I know the tanks are still in the ground there, and they're going to be opening up a can of worms, and I hope they got deep pockets.
Like I said, they've already applied for all the federal funding for doing the cleanup and stuff. So
Can't even be.
they just need our permission.
The contamination and issues are already cited with the DEP. There's a full. This thing was full of the reports and a whole list of the violations existing. So I'm sure they already know.
Well, plus the fact the building's fallen down, the fascia's fallen off. But I just can't imagine somebody spending $200,000-300,000 to bring a site up to be, standard so they could sell it. It's not. I can't even think it's an acre of ground. That's what doesn't make.
All right, so if there's no other questions, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve 192.
I'll second.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, that brings us up to 193, shared service agreement with Mount Holly Municipal Utilities Authority for certain force main improvements associated with the property along Route 206. What they're looking for, they've tried to combine two different locations together, which is one of the things we don't like.
I don't think we should say much more at this point.
Yeah, that's
Council President?
yeah, that's about it. It's we've all read what they're trying to do there. We all know our feelings on it. I think I'm just looking for a motion one way or the other. Was my suggestion. I suggest we table it until we get further information.
That would be our recommendation as well.
Make a motion to table it.
Second.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right. We'll table that till the next meeting. All right, moving on, 2026 budget, public budget hearing. We have
My resolution. The walk-on resolution.
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
No problem.
Sorry, gentlemen, I do have one additional resolution that came in at the last minute. Resolution. Yes. Yeah, I want to entertain a motion to add Resolution 199, 2026. Anybody?
Motion to add resolution 199.
Looking for a second on that?
I'll second.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. And with that, I'll let Jennifer explain what this resolution is for.
My apologies for adding it last minute. This is just a resolution that allows us to submit the grant application to get funding from the New Jersey DOT for the road programs that we do. So as you know, South Lakeshore Drive phases 3, 4, and 5, the paving was completed, I want to say yesterday or the day before. Striping's all done. This is just to allow us to apply for the grant to complete the last section of South Lakeshore that has not been paved, and then to also go for funding for a portion of North Lakeshore that's not included in phases 1 and 2 of the current work that we are working on right now.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. So we're just applying. We had to beat the deadline to apply for this grant or possibly lose out on it. So we're just giving Jennifer and administration permission to apply for this grant.
Make a motion to approve 199.
Second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right. Now we're moving on to the budget public hearing. I don't know exactly. This is my first time running this rodeo. So are you just going to give us a little presentation, or are we just going to answer questions that the council members have?
I believe it was at the request for it to be uploaded, the presentation. Yep, on the website as it was last year. At this point, for the public hearing, anybody is allowed to go up and speak.
Okay, so we're going to open the floor to public comment, questions, I guess.
Favorite headache's back. All right, just a few questions, followed by a few statements. The amount to be raised by taxation increased from $16,310,001.57 to $17,007,211.04, an increase of nearly $700,000. What specific expenditures are responsible for this increase, and what cost-saving measures were considered before increasing taxes on residents? That's on sheet 11. The budget includes $2.15 million from the sale of municipal assets. Since these are one-time revenues, how does the administration plan to replace these funds in the future budgets without additional tax increases? That's on sheet 10. And the Browns Mill Shopping Center, we're getting $1,215,925, and the Browns Mill Shopping Center band payoff is $900,000. The trash fees, the budget anticipates $875,554.20 in increased trash user fee revenue. What specifically drove the increase, and what efforts were made to control sanitation costs before passing additional costs on the residents? That's on sheet 10. Healthcare costs, group insurance for employees increased from $2,290,041.16 to $2,989,000, an increase of nearly $700,000. What factors caused this increase, and what strategies are being considered to manage future healthcare costs? That's on sheet 15A. Liability insurance increased from $1,084,292 to $1,367,716. Is this increase due to the recent claims that the township has had to pay into for litigation and for the insurance? Code enforcement salaries increased from $75,300 to $277,261.54, nearly a 268% increase. What positions are being added or reclassified, and what measurable improvement should residents expect to see from this investment? That's on sheet 15D. Police salaries increased from $5,444,199 to $5,720,304.22. How much of this increase is attributable to contractual raises, new hires, overtime obligations, and other staffing needs? The fire department salaries increased from $150,000 to $200,000. What operational needs or staffing changes justified the increase? That's on sheet 15. Recreational spending. Recreational salaries increased from $199,796.50 to $273,198.54. What new programs, personnel, or services are being added to justify the increase? That's on sheet 15B. The financial administration salaries increased from $240,540 to $284,670.66. What additional responsibilities or staffing changes account for this increase? That's on sheet 12. Legal services decreased from $275,000 to $175,000. What changed that allowed the township to budget $100,000 less while still meeting legal obligations? That's on sheet 13.
Did you really have to ask that question?
Well,
okay.
Well, it still is. It's a nice savings, $100,000.
Wow.
The budget uses $1.9 million in surplus to balance operations. What is the budget? What is the projected surplus balance at the end of 2026? And does the administration believe that level is sufficient to protect taxpayers from future emergencies or economic downturns? That's on sheet 11. Police and fire retirement system contributions increased from $1,290,779 to $1,600,831.97. What is driving this increase, and what are long-term implications for future budgets? That's on sheet 19. The township is receiving significant grant funding for projects such as the Bicycle Pedestrian Action Plan and North Lakeshore Drive improvements. What additional grant opportunities are being pursued to reduce future tax burdens on residents? That's on sheet 9I. And I also saw deep in the back of the budget for future expenditures, we had a water park. Now, I'm not against it entirely for thinking that the township could have a water park, but what I'm against is we're setting aside almost $500,000 for this. Could we go out and get a grant for this? And what's wrong with promoting our beaches and our lakes over a water park? I would personally remove that until either we can get some remarks from the recreation director on if we can get a grant for it, because I personally don't feel that the taxpayer should be responsible for flipping the bill for a water park or splash park or whatever that is for $500,000, and that's it.
I'll go with the last one first because I can answer that one.
Sure.
That was a 6-year plan.
6-year plan?
That Recreation put out in 2024 for upgrade. And they just threw things out there. It's not budgeted for in this budget. It's just something they had. They're probably going to revamp that plan. It would still have to become approved by this council, and I don't think we would approve a splash park.
Well, for $500,000, we could use that money.
I can't really get any more answers than that because the people who designed that 6-year plan no longer work here. Other than that, I don't know what questions, Candace. You asked so many, Alex.
Can I have your sheet so I can remember which questions?
Yeah, hopefully you can read his writing.
They're typed. They're typed, so we're okay. All right. So as far as the tax levy increase, obviously, yes, we did have an increase. There was a significant decrease in our OE. Every department head really did cut costs in their department to make up for the fact that we have a lot of increases in the budget, and most of which we can't actually have any control over. Some that you actually address in here. Health insurance costs being one of them. Insurance, we get a bill from our insurance company. Now, liability insurance, so I'll address that while we're talking about it. It did go up. I cannot attest to whether or not that's significant to what has gone on in the past, because that is something that they break out amongst the JIF equally outside of the town. So everybody did get an increase. That doesn't mean we were the only town that dealt with litigation that attributed to that increase. So I cannot verify that. So yes, there was an increase overall. However, there was a lot of things that we had to cut back on our department budgets to make sure that we could make up for the larger increases in some of the line items. Then we have a reliance on asset sales. A good portion of the asset sales that are coming in from the sale of the Browns Mill Shopping Center is going to pay off the debt for that. The remaining amount, and not the full remaining amount, the remaining amount that we're using in the budget, we're not using the full amount that we sold it for, is going to the town to improve it for more public safety, other improvements that we do have in the budget. So yes, it is a one-time revenue. However, we didn't utilize all of it, and we're hoping that the improvements that we are making with that one-time asset will turn around and give us additional revenues for future budgets. Then we have the trash fee increase. That was an ordinance that was already passed. So it's separated in the budget for the state. So that's where you're seeing, you were referencing the 875. That's just us telling the state that that's what we are anticipating when that trash increase goes up. So I had to send them the ordinance that was passed. It starts July 1 where it increases again. And then I had to certify that that's what we anticipate bringing in. It just has to be separated for our revenue purpose.
How much per household do you say?
I forget what the ordinance says, but I think it's $1.50 or $2. It's a small increase per quarter. 24, I think so. Yes. Health insurance costs. Insurance goes up every single year. We were lucky to only get a 2% increase as far as the overall plan, and then it's offset by contributions by the employees. Health insurance is just an increase. There's no, I think, definite factor that's going into that. I think everybody's seeing that. We discussed the liability insurance. As far as code enforcement expansion, I think that has been an expansion that has been trying to happen for several years. We've been trying to get more code enforcement in there. There has been some So we have a UCC trust, which is what you don't see in the budget. As a trust, we bring in revenues and it funds the department and its expenses. But there is a portion that it either legally cannot cover, or that it just doesn't financially cover, or else we would have to raise rates in that department. And that is what typically we take out for code enforcement for the salaries and wages in the 08. We have had expansion. As far as, the department head needs, I think he left, so I'm not going to speak about them, but there were needs that were outside of that trust budget that we had to put in that area. Police salaries, there was a new contract. We did, in fact, additionally have new hires. A new contract obviously means, annual raises, which brings up overtime as well. So that's just, I think that was approved back in December of 25. Fire department salaries, to be quite honest, we went back and forth with this. I think that everybody actually, wanted to have a little bit more involved with the fire department, but we're trying to increase it to ensure remaining per diems for the fire department. To my understanding, the volunteers are not coming in like they used to. So
this allow for like stipends?
yeah, so we've been trying to increase it a little bit every single year until we can get to the point where we're comfortable. Recreation spending, salary increase. We now have a fully funded, staffed department. Last year, it went from 3 to 2. Then we had some departures, and then this year we're back to a recreation director, a lead, and a coordinator, I believe. So it was 3 the last year to year and a half. It decreased in staffing, so we're back up to that. Finance admin, that's just salary increases are for promotions, annual increases, and I mean, that can all be over requested, but there's no additional staffing being included in that. Legal services, yes, there was a decrease in that. While there is somewhat of an obvious answer, additionally, we did not have a business administrator last year. So because of that, our law firm was handling some items that probably could have been handled in-house without needing to go to our legal team. So that definitely helps with that decrease.
You're saving us money.
Surplus usage for the last few years, we've used the $1.9 million in surplus to balance operations. Every year we try and anticipate at least regenerating the 1.9 and hopeful that we get more. At this point, I can't determine in what we're anticipating, but our goal is to regenerate that $1.9 million to contain the fiscal responsibility there. Police and fire increase, that's a pension cost. We get a bill for that. I believe it's 18 months that they go back for, and basically take, what salaries and wages have been contributed, and it's then our portion to contribute on those. So it can go up and down and fluctuate throughout the years, but they determine that and let us know. And then grand strategy, I don't believe is my.
That was just about. Was that the last page?
Yeah,
that was
14.
That was about.
Okay. Yep. I think that answers everything.
I think she answered all your questions there, Alex. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Yep. Anyone else?
Michael Salka, 92 Scrapetown Road. Just have a couple questions. First, can someone answer 2025 versus 2026? What's the total FTEs, full-time equivalents of the payroll? How much has it gone up? Have we hired more people for 2026 than we had for 2025? What's that difference in number? Next, why is the UCC section of the budget not filled out? Because you submit the report to the DCA every year. Why are we not showing that, our trust fund went down from 300 some K to 40 some K? And the expenditures that made it go there, why is that not in there? It's supposed to be by law. I will be filing a complaint with DCA so they can look into that. And why are we increasing payment on capital, on bonds and capital notes from 335,000 last year to a whole million? You're talking 650 extra K that we're adding taxes to pay the bonds. How much are we saving to do that?
That's it? Okay. Feel free. Yeah.
Evan Palmer, I'm the auditor for the town. And a couple of the questions that you addressed, one of which is the UCC. So, in the state of New Jersey, the UCC fund is either run through the budget or it's run separately as a trust fund. If it's run separately as a trust fund, it would not be in the budget document because the state does a calculation to see if whether or not that the rates that are being charged for Uniform Construction Code are covering the costs. If, and this could have been a number of years ago, I haven't seen it happen any time recently, but the UCC report that you referenced earlier is filed with the state to see if you are either making money or losing money. They don't do it on an individual year basis because some years projects make additional revenue, some years you lose. But if there's many years where you're making more than you should be making, they do reserve the right to move you to a trust fund so that way the revenues you're generating aren't subsidizing the budget, because then you would be charging residents fees for UCC that if you're making more than you're spending in the general budget, you'd be offsetting taxes. And that's not the point of UCC. UCC should break even. Now, if you end up in a situation where you make more, you put in the trust fund, and that's why the item you referenced is not in the budget. So it's actually in a separate fund.
Did your audit show why we lost $300,000 in the trust fund?
So in the UCC, rising costs is one thing. I mean, they still run as if you looked in a general budget, they do have OE costs, they do have salary increases. There's health benefits that are charged over there. So as they go up, there's an allocation for that. Anyone who's enrolled in some sort of a pension, if the pension bills go up, as you can see what happened with PFRS and what we had in our increase in health insurance, along with general liability, they still run as you have an allocation to make sure that you can find out whether or not you are charging the correct amount of rates. That is one of the reasons why there would have been a decrease in the UCC fund.
Okay. So hopefully all these new fees, increased fees, will help balance that.
Well, I'm not familiar with what's going on in the UCC, but if there is, that's something to review.
Okay.
And then in terms of your reference for the debt service for the increase in the notes payable, that was referenced by the CFO. So in the revenue for the Browns Mills sale, one of the things that the township wanted to do with the funding was to pay off the debt that was associated with it. So with that sale, they utilized those funds to increase the debt service and thus satisfy that, and we don't have to pay interest on that going forward and remove that from our overall debt balance.
All right. Thanks. All right. Anyone else for questions about the budget? Come on right up.
Okay. Never heard of having a budget hearing without giving us paperwork. This says what the budget is. I've been to many of these. We get paperwork to pick up on the table with the budget. You guys don't have that? You're not required to have it during the hearing for the residents? I'm looking around. I don't see any residents with a hard copy of the budget.
It was posted online.
Okay. That's not my question. It's not what I'm saying. How come we don't have a hard copy at this meeting? Not required to give us one?
That's correct.
Michelle, this is one copy. This is one copy of the budget.
Oh. We used to get papers with it.
Not that.
No, I don't think it was like that.
I've been coming to these meetings as long as you, and I've never gotten a full written copy of the budget as a resident. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, but next time I come here, I'm gonna bring mine.
You
But
got it
that's,
off the back table?
I'm gonna bring it and you can explain to me what this is, okay? But who, who did that? What you just handed me and showed me? Who did that?
Administration puts that together for council.
Administration, Candace? Put it together?
A group of people.
Did Candace help? You help Candace?
This budget has been a year in process, so everyone sitting in this room has been a part of putting that together.
Oh, okay. That's beautiful, whoever put that together. That looks, wish I knew how to do that kind of stuff. Okay, so that's one thing. That explains a little bit. The $1.9 million surplus. Am I saying that right? Is that what the surplus is? 1.9 million? Okay. Is that from the sale of the Acme? Why we have that surplus or no? I mean,
So
it's just a yes or no question, really.
the answer is no. If that's all you want, then the answer is no.
Really? It is.
Okay, then no.
But thank you, Candace. Okay. Now, oh, what is this gentleman's name right here? He did the audit.
So I am Evan Palmer. I'm the auditor from PKF O'Connor Davies. This is my second year at the township,
Oh, okay.
and it's very nice to meet you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's very nice to meet you as well. So, are you kind of here a lot, or you just come during the budget hearing? Or you work here
So we're
5 days a
involved.
week?
So when the year starts, we're involved with helping with the annual debt statement,
Okay.
the annual financial statement, the introduction budget process, the adoption process is what we're doing tonight, and then we're here throughout. It's a few week time frame to work on doing our auditing procedures to put together the audit for 12/31/25.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Now, that probably explains why I've never seen you in these rooms before.
Yes.
Okay, so let me see. The other question is, who exactly? Because a few weeks ago, one of the residents came here and talked about all the raises that some of the employees are getting. Who exactly approves these raises? Do they get approved because you guys voted on it, or administration? Somebody like the mayor says, "Hey, I think this person deserves a raise. Here we go." Who said it's okay to give all these different people a lot higher raises?
A lot.
And I'm going to say one more thing. I'm all in favor to give people who do a good job raises. I'm not the one coming up here complaining about it. I just want to know who is the person who gives these employees the raises.
A lot of it is contractual because they have 4 different unions here. So a lot of it is negotiated in their contracts. And
By who? Who negotiates with the people?
Administration negotiates the contracts.
The administration meeting, Miss Mayor being Keeney.
Yeah.
And who else?
Rosemary. Yeah. I mean, they're involved in this latest one, but the past administrations have negotiated. It depends on who's here at the time. But
okay, because Candace doesn't really have anything to do with the raises.
Does the numbers and stuff for it. Yeah, she's included.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, the other thing is, why are we having this hearing right in the middle of a council meeting? I mean, in the past, from I remember from Mayor Patriarca, they kind of happened before a council meeting. Just saying, that's what I remember. Maybe my memory is wrong, but that's what I remember. That's another question. And so how come there's no surplus with the sale of the Acme? Where'd all that money go? Can anybody give me a short version on that?
As I explained before, they paid off the portion of the debt that was owed on that property, and then they used the rest for this budget here.
So that's it sits in what's called a reserve for us to use for future years. So we utilize what we did in the budget. Anything that is left over, it's just not, you're not seeing it in the budget.
So how much is left over from what you used from that 1.9 million?
I would have to calculate that. I don't have that number.
You can let me know another day?
I can.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
America Phillips. I just want to yes for the future. Not everybody do computers, okay? We will be nice if during the budget time they can have in writing for the people that doesn't have the computers, okay? I don't do computers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Anyone else? All right. Okay.
Eric Allen, 160 North, 2 North Pemberton Road. I just wanted to touch on what Alex brought up about the water park thing, and only because you brought up more questions to me. You say that it probably won't even get approved. That it's been a 6-year plan, and you probably wouldn't even approve that. So why are we putting that in the budget? And we get grants for other things, for parks and playgrounds and things. Instead of putting this into the budget, why don't we apply for a grant? If that's even going to be on the table at all, I think we should be doing a grant.
All right. I'll let Candace answer that.
So the state requires us to do a 6-year plan. The only part that's in the budget, even discussed, we have to find funding for is the current year. And this isn't a future year that it's in the budget. It's basically an idea that we're letting the state know that we have future plans for capital. We can drop it off next year. We can look for a grant for it and fund it through a grant. It's basically, in a nutshell, words on a paper.
But if you put it in the budget, doesn't that affect the tax rate?
No, where it's at in the
It's just
budget,
an unfunded.
where it's at in the budget is further down, sheet 4, somewhere in the sheet 40s. It's just a list of all the capital projects that we're doing this year, all the capital projects that we may do next year for the next 6 years. And then the only part that the state looks at or that we have to worry about is the part that we're funding this year that we have to have a down payment for or that we have funding for. And everything else is just there as a future plan. And it was an idea and a future plan of the previous director of recreation. So it was put in there. This year, it just remained in there because it wasn't taken out. That's it. It doesn't have to go anywhere. It doesn't affect your taxes. There's no money there. There's no money that,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. There you go.
All right. All right.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Pat Guthrie. I wasn't going to get up and speak about the budget, but I feel the need to. I've been coming to meetings for 4 years. I just want to say, good job, you guys. Seriously, you did a really outstanding job. We're not like dragging this out until next year. You guys spot on. The way you answered the questions was amazing. Thank you.
That's all right there, Mayor. I know you have other business. Anybody else? All right. Yes, go ahead, Ralph.
So the statement was made tonight that I let the department go into deficiency. That is incorrect. We put most of the salaries into the trust last year. When we took the fees in for housing, rentals, resales, vacant properties alone was $180,000. They were not allowed to be put into the trust. Zoning permits, planning board application fees, zoning board application fees, those departments were all in the green. So that was incorrect, and that's why I said that Mr. Salk was informed. And I want council to know the truth.
Yes, thank you. And it was used as designed, is what you're saying. Yeah, that's the way it was designed to
not
be
deficient.
used. Yes, I understand. All right, thank you for that. All right, I understand, and I'm going to turn this over to my attorney to read it. Could you please read this, sir? As we have to do this to introduce if there's no other questions.
Resolution number 195-2026. Whereas the 2026 summary municipal budget of the Township of Pemberton was posted on the official bulletin board in the municipal building for a period of at least one full week prior to the public hearing scheduled for same. Whereas full copies of the 2026 municipal budget were made available for every person requesting the same during said week prior to the public hearing and are now available to all persons attending said hearing. Whereas in accordance with NJSA 40:4-8, as amended by Chapter 259, Public Law 1995, municipal clerk is certified by Schedule A attached to and made a part of this resolution that copies of the 2026 municipal budget were made available to the public through the municipal clerk as well as posted on the township's official website. Now therefore be resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Pemberton, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, that the conditions set forth in NJSA 48:4-8 have been met, and it is hereby determined that the 2026 municipal budget shall be read by title only.
All right, thank you. I'm sure I did that out of order, but yeah, I got it read.
You need a motion.
Need a motion on this resolution 195/2026.
I will make a motion to approve number 195.
I'll second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, moving on. 196-2026, amending the 2026 budget forthcoming from finance. Candace, you just want to give us a little briefing on what that entails?
I can handle it.
Oh,
So
sorry.
tonight, Resolution 196-2026, amending the 2026 budget. If for anyone who's here for the introduction night, there was a discussion on making an application to the local finance board for a 1977 cap waiver exception. We were successful. We passed unanimously at the local finance board, which allowed us then to amend the budget and take some of our costs related to our pensions and health insurance and move them outside the cap. So we were compliant with the state statutes. It doesn't change anything numerically in terms of amount of surplus we're utilizing, the tax rate that was in the introduced budget. It is more of a statutory exception just to move us outside the spending cap. There were only other two small items based upon budget review notes. Nothing material in nature, one of which was title and text only change, and the other was less than $1,300. Otherwise, the budget remains the same as it was as introduced.
All right, thank you, sir. Any council have any questions on that? Guess we need a motion on 196.
Make a motion to accept 196.
I'll second.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right. 198, 2026. I believe this is your ballpark again, sir.
Sure. So 198-2026 is amending the capital budget. There were questions earlier tonight as to, what that actually represents. That is an informational section of the budget. It is not a spending authorization. So you could look at the budget as two parts. There's the front part, which is what we're discussing in terms of the tax rate, and pages 40 to the end includes informational pieces about the capital plan for the next 6 years for the township. We are amending it to be in compliance with the WQAA report for projects that are related to the utilities. There were two that were not listed. So to make them in compliance, as the state requires 100% agreement, we added this amendment adds those two to the capital budget plan.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that from any of you gentlemen up there? If not, looking to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve 198.
I'll second.
Yes.
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 Yes. Now for the big event of the night, 171A-2026, adopting the 2026 municipal budget. Council members have any questions, statements?
I had a whole bunch of questions that were happily, satisfactorily answered by the parties that I'd steered the questions towards. I had a lot of them about the budget, and I also had an extensive conversation with Candace. Was that about a week ago, 2 weeks ago? And I am satisfied as she has done, as well as the rest of the department head should be commended. As Ms. Guthrie said, they've done an excellent job at keeping the expenses as low as they possibly could, and I thank them all for their hard work.
Anyone else? Comments? If not, I guess we're entertaining a motion.
Make the motion to approve 171A 2026.
I'll second.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, everybody can take a deep breath now. We're moving on to ordinances for second reading. Ordinance 18-2026, an ordinance amending Chapter 148 entitled Rental Properties of the Code of the Township of Pemberton. I guess I'll open the floor to public comment on that.
Pat Guthrie. I just want to reiterate as far as the ordinance on rentals property. I think it should be broken down. Residential has their set of their ordinance that governs them, and residential should have its own that governs the residential. There's a lot of different things that are required of business rentals compared to residential rentals, and this kind of just groups rental all in one big pot. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ro. There is a separate thing for commercial units versus residential rentals, and this is only for residential rentals. So there is a separate ordinance for commercial rentals.
Tell me what ordinance that is, please. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Okay, thank you. You got it.
Okay, does this have anything at all, this ordinance have anything at all to do with the $200 fee that if you own property, you have to pay if nobody lives there? That doesn't have anything to do with rental properties? Or does it? You know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about vacant property fee?
Yeah,
No, this is totally separate
this
from
has
vacant
nothing,
property fee. Yep.
nothing at all to do with that. So if somebody has rental property and they're not renting it out to anybody, they don't have to pay a $200 fee? Or you don't know?
Vacant property fee doesn't kick in until after it's a year vacant, I believe, bro.
So it's 60 days and it's 500 for the first year and it's 2,500 for the second and any subsequent years. Commercial goes by the square footage.
Thank you. So, but this has nothing to do with that, this ordinance.
So if you have a rental property and you're not renting it out, then you don't have to pay that $200 fee?
Not the one here. This is for lead inspections.
This is only for lead inspections? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Any questions from any of the councilmen on this? Well, let's entertain a motion.
Motion to accept ordinance number 18/2026.
I'll second.
Mr. Charleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. Moving right along, ordinance 19-2026, Ordinance of the Township of Pemberton, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, vacating a portion of Wren Road from the corner of Lytton Road along Wren Road to Block 13, Lot 1.01. Anybody have anything to say about this one?
Have any guys of you guys tried Googling these two roads? Nothing comes up. And if you go on the tax thing to look under the tax, like the block and lot, nothing comes up. So can you just tell me where this is?
This is right near Patesel Construction. They own all the property that's around it. Lynette is a paper street that runs into Wren. So
I don't know where.
And if you want,
construction-
when I send you over the ordinance for the commercial COs tomorrow, what I'll do is I'll send you a copy of the map that shows all the parcels and where the streets are located.
Is there a reason why it doesn't come up? Like Google has like everything.
So we go by the GIS maps here. They go break it down into block and lots. So I don't know if Google would have the same information, and I don't know what year you're using.
I can also say that if it's a paper street, which is an unimproved street in the town, 9 times out of 10 it won't show up on Google because it looks just.
Oh, so this is actually the name of the paper street. Is
Yes.
Lynette.
Yes. So because it's a paper street, that is most likely why it did not show up in Google.
Okay.
And Pat, this is off of Trenton Road between Deborah Hospital and the base. That's where it's located, down that way.
Okay. I was just the first time I ever Googled an address and couldn't find anything. Thanks.
Anybody else have anything? All right, council, anything?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Abstain.
Yes. All right, moving right along, ordinances for introduction. 20-2026. It's a bond ordinance providing for the Phase 1 New Lisbon water system improvements for the water utility of the Township of Pemberton, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1,580,280, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,580,280 bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. Anybody have any questions? I'm sure Candace can explain that to us.
So for clarification, in the beginning of the year, we did an ordinance for 2026, which included this exact phase for that exact amount. Since then, we have done a note sale because our annual maturing of notes came up and it was funded. Shortly after that, we were approved to receive a principal forgiveness loan. In order to submit that, though, we would need an ordinance that wasn't already funded. So what we're doing is a new ordinance that wouldn't be funded in order to submit for the closing on this principal forgiveness loan, which would happen at the end of August. And then next year, we would just not roll over the original ordinance for 2026. So it's essentially to replace the original bond ordinance.
Thank you, Candace. Basically, what happened is we got iBank monies, and in order to accept those iBank monies, we had to redo this bond ordinance. So it's not, if anything, it's going to not cost us anything if everything comes in as bid.
Yes, it would be the better funding option for us, which is why it's recommended.
Yep. Any questions on that? If not, I'm looking for a motion to introduce.
Motion to introduce ordinance number 2020-26
What will be the date of the next meeting? July 1st is the
Yes.
next?
for public comment on July 1st.
I'll second.
I believe that we would need more time. I think that we would have to adopt at the second meeting in July.
You want? Okay, we can wait to the second meeting, 15th then? All right, so for this July 15th meeting, second reading. Motion, and Perry, did you second it?
I did.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Charleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, moving right along, ordinance 21-2026. Ordinance amending chapter 92, section 92-3, entitled primarily in preliminary investigation compliance hearing of the code of the township of Pemberton. Okay. Any gentlemen have any questions on that? I think basically what this is doing is just, it was an antiquated method of doing investigations, which left our building official to be judge, jury, and executioner, and this is changing that procedure to make it a little more palatable for people if they do get in trouble. Anybody have any questions on that? If not, we're looking for a motion.
Make a motion to introduce ordinance number 2021 for second reading and public comment on July 1st.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Charleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. Next is ordinance 22-2026, ordinance of the Township of Pemberton, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, regulating short-term rentals, imposing an ordinance tax on transient accommodations, addressing illegal occupancy and relocation assistance, and amending Chapter 148 rental properties and Chapter 190 zoning of the Code of the Township of Pemberton. Ro, could you give us a little better understanding of this one? I read it several times. But.
So we have a few landlords that do not keep their properties habitable, but they are renting them out. So we don't have any kind of system like put them in a hotel and charge back the owner when those things happen, so they're safe and they have, sanitary conditions to live in. So this is going to correct that, where we can actually place them in another location, maybe a hotel, and then the charges will go back to the landlord.
Thank you, Ron. Anyone have any questions about that?
My only comment was I couldn't believe that something like this wasn't already on the books.
So, Ro, it sounds to me like this is basically encouraging them to do the right thing with the houses. I like it. Thank you.
And if no other questions, looking for a motion.
I'll happily make a motion to introduce ordinance 22-2026 for second reading and public comment on the 1st of July.
All right, looking for a second.
Second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Charleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Oh, yes. Moving right along. New businesses purchase over $3,000. The first one is new business A1 fire department utility tray and cabinet for fire chief vehicle from Blaze Emergency Equipment in the total amount of $9,375.72. This is something we're upfitting a 2022 pickup truck that we already have to fit it up to be the new chief's vehicle. Is the old Suburban, what is that, a Tahoe? Tahoe is getting a little long in the tooth, and they're going to move that into a secondary position. I myself think this is a very efficient way of, we're utilizing a vehicle that we've already had for 3 years, and
saving us about 80 grand on a new one.
Yes, easily 80 to 90 grand if we were to purchase one new, with it all outfitted. Looking for a motion.
Council President, if nobody else has any questions about it, I'd like to lump them together and approve 11A1 and 2 at the same time with one motion.
I see no
Can we do
problem
that?
with that. Anybody else have any problems with that?
I don't know. Is the upgrades, is that coming out of the tax money or the taxpayers' money or the fire company?
Actually, I believe that's coming out of insurance money, if I'm not mistaken, from a vehicle that was mashed up a year or so ago. So it's insurance funds. All right, so
Now the fire the sets of PPE, Danny, I was told is coming out of a trust. It's not even taxpayer money either.
All right.
all right, so looking for a motion for 1A and
You got a motion for A1 and 2.
okay.
Second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes, very good. Moving right along. Parade permit for public hearing required. Do I need a motion to have the public hearing or just open the floor? Just opening the floor. Anybody have any thing to say about the parade?
America Phillips. I'm here to the end because I want to hear the answer tonight.
Okay,
A little while ago, the mayor stated they did not receive their permit or their paperwork until May 28. Okay, but May 28 passed by. Today is June 17 or 16, whatever. This you receive it late and you know that July the 4th is coming up soon. Why anybody got together and put this together for us? I hope that this council approve our parade. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Phillips. As the mayor explained earlier, and we got it on the 28th. The police department and the fire chief had to look it over and had to go through the process. It wasn't ready for the first meeting of the month. Okay.
I believe that's supposed to be parade permit is supposed to be B1, right? I'll make a motion to approve B1.
If there's no other public comment on it,
Oh, sorry.
no other public comment. All right, then we're looking for a motion.
Got it.
Second.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Phillips. I'm sorry it took so long, but we finally got it done for you. All right. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you out there. Bill list. Any questions on the bill list? Nothing. Danny, anything? Nothing? Okay. All right, looking for a motion on the bill list then.
Motion to pay the bills.
Second.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Oh, yes. Okay. Now it's the best time of the night. Looking for solicitor's report.
Nothing tonight.
All right, thank you, sir. You've done a fine job. Mayor?
I do have a couple of things. So it's been a busy couple of weeks for the township. Last week we had 4 new police officers graduate from the academy. Last night we had 4 new firefighters graduate from the academy. So congratulations to them. Last weekend we had our Peace in the Streets Community Day up in Nesbit. That was a great turnout. Miss Poole did a great job getting that thing set up. A lot of vendors, a lot of music, a lot of games. It was just a wonderful event. At the same time, we had our farmers market. Once again, another great event. And we had the fishing derby that we had over 90 people were a part of that derby, 90 kids. We also had a group of soldiers from Fort Dix that volunteered to help to support it. And they were all three different stations to help the kids with the fishing and the weighing and the scoring and everything else. So it was a really great couple of weeks for the township. Fast forward a little bit, 9/11, we're doing a lunch for our heroes, our military, our first responders, police, fire, EMTs. And we're going to have that at the firehouse, correct? Next weekend, though, is the big thing. That's why I saved it for last. The Water Carnival and the 250th Parade. Got a lot of people volunteered to help with this. We have a lot of people marching in the parade. We have a lot of food trucks and vendors that are going to be at the Water Carnival. We'll have our fireworks show. It will happen this year. We have a rain date this time. So if it does rain, we have a date that we can fall back on. So I'm confident that this will take off this year. That's all I got. For those that stayed with us and hung out with us, thank you for sticking it out. It was one of our longer meetings. Harry was trying to break a record tonight. He had the shortest one, now he wanted the longest one. But that's all I got. Have a great night, and happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there.
Thank you, Mayor. Business Administrator.
I don't have much of a report. I think we pretty much hit everything tonight. I just wanted to let Councilman Dewey know that I did reach out to the DPW director regarding the donations to the Nesbitt facility, the kitchen donations. He said that they have not been installed. So there's no permits yet, but they have not been installed yet either.
Okay.
And I just want to wish everyone a happy Father's Day and thank you for hanging out with us tonight again.
All right. Any of our professionals have anything to say? Yeah, I think you guys have said enough tonight. Thank you. Council members, we'll start with Mr. Dewey tonight.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. It doesn't matter who answers them. I know all the councilmen got an email from J.V. Sabo. He came in front of the council, I think it was the last meeting, complaining about Rancocas Road, which we determined it was Bel Air Trailer Park property. He was just trying, according to his email, he was trying to get some answers to see how the township is making out with Bel Air Trailer Park. I called him, and apparently, I don't know if you classify him as a whistleblower, but I think they're really breaking the stones over there for making the call or coming to, the public meeting. So I don't know where we stand with that. I know we talked about if they don't want to fix the road, they're going to have a problem with their new renewal. So I don't, somebody can reach out to him. Second complaint that I got was, and I know it's a county road, so don't say, Junction Road. It's been down for a month and a half, 2 months for a pipe. Do we have any word from the county what the holdup is, or because it's a pretty bad inconvenience from Lakehurst Road all the way to Pemberton Browns Mills Road? It just seems a little nuts, for maybe a 12-inch pipe across the 20-foot road.
At last I heard on that county pipe project, it was supposed to be estimated 10 weeks, Danny, and I'm not sure how many weeks it's been so far, but that was the estimate they gave Public Works, 10 weeks. No.
Spoons.
No.
Ladles. The other question, are the council people going to be getting VIP parking permits for the Water Carnival?
I think we opted for no VIPs so we could give extra handicap parking spots.
Okay.
No, council people are forced to walk from their houses.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only reason I'm asking, I have to cart the table, tents, and all that stuff.
We'll make sure there's space for you so you can unload. We'll take care of that.
Well, I'm just, with the traffic patterns, I'm just asking.
I'm sorry, Dan. To Harry's point, though, just to have more handicapped accessible, we opted against having any special parking spaces for any of us.
Let me see. That's basically all I have. I want to just thank everybody for hanging out there with us, and I guess we moved to football a little bit for the town. But have a great night, and all the fathers, happy Father's Day, and see you at the parade.
I thank you, Mr. Dewey. Charles?
No, we've got a lot of events coming up. A lot to remember. I'm going to finally be able to go to the Blueberry Festival this year because they now have it on a Friday as well as the Saturdays. So I'm going to make a good effort to be there this Friday at the very least. I should be done work in time unless my boss decides to give me 5 or 6 more driveways to seal.
Hey, think rain.
And that's all.
I thank you, Charles. Perry?
Just want to tell everybody, hope you have a happy Father's Day, and thanks for hanging in so late. Have a good night.
All right. Yes. Thank everybody. I'm sorry it was so long, but we did get a lot accomplished tonight. Yeah. Again, just want to reiterate the farmers market's going on this Saturday. I got the speakers are going to be at the train station on Saturday at 11 o'clock if anybody's interested in that. The Blueberry Festival on Friday. One other thing, it's still in the early stages yet, but I guess we are in the midst of working. Woodland Township has sent us a letter of intent to do shared service with our EMS service that we have here in town. We saw no reason not to go forward with it. It's going to be beneficial to us. Our lawyers are working on the final paperwork for it, but basically it's given us an extra ambulance here in town. Capital Health did at the auction buy our old ambulance. They're in the middle of converting it. I believe the plan is to station it at the Presidential Lakes Firehouse, and then they'll be able to run over to Woodland to answer any emergency calls over there. Again, I said it's going to help our township by putting an extra ambulance in our town and help Woodland Township at the same time and cost neither of us any money. We actually made money because we got to sell an ambulance. Just wanted to let everybody know about that. Everybody have a nice Father's Day. Thanks for hanging in with us, and we'll see you at the next meeting on July 1st, or perhaps I'll see you around at one of the events this weekend. Looking for a motion.
Motion to adjourn.